This video is the third in this series of videos. The first two videos are incredibly important to understand what this lawsuit is truly about and to get a real understanding about the horrifying events that brought us here. I've created a playlist for the case, and you can click the link on the screen, or you can find the same link in the description. Day one of the trial, we heard from one of the family members who own Camp Mystic. Plaintiff's attorney grilled him about his integrity, honesty, and most importantly, accountability. In his heartbreaking testimony, we learn a lot of difficult information. Plaintiff's attorney does not go easy on him, despite his very obvious despair. Today, defense will cross-examine, and we'll hear from other witnesses as the puzzle of these unfathomable events from July 2025 begin to come together.
Oh, good. All right, you may be seated, but it's still really dark. This is how it's supposed to be in a normal day. Oh. All right. We worked really hard in the courtroom last night and this morning, so hopefully things will go a little bit better today. Are we ready to start, or do we need some conversation?
One housekeeping matter.
Yes.
We would like to offer the slide we had with the timeline on it we used yesterday as plaintiffs.
Oh yeah, you had told me that, and then you never went back to it.
A lot of comments yesterday about my moving around on exhibit numbers for my team. So.
Oh, actually, yeah, you did fine, but I have timeline written down, but no, we never went back to it. So it would be number
We'll make it 99 just because of how we have things.
99
No objection.
and no objection. So then plaintiff's 99 is admitted.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's all from us.
Okay, and so you passed Mr. Eastland, and so you have any questions for Mr.
I
Eastland?
do, Your Honor.
Okay, so then Mr. Eastland, where are you? You remain under oath from yesterday.
Are we
Okay.
good? I am. Thank you, Your Honor.
Maybe
Good morning, Mr. Eastland. How are you?
Good.
Good. I've got questions for you on 5 topics. So let's start with the first topic, and that is the warnings that Mr. Beckworth says you got the second, third, and fourth. Okay, so I want to take you through that. If we could start off with Exhibit 56. I
Is
think
this
there,
plaintiffs or respondents?
I think it's going to be respondents.
Okay, so you definitely do that for me.
I will.
Let me
Thank you.
know which one, because we have a lot of exhibits.
I will do so.
56.
Actually, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 56. He used it. I apologize.
Then it's already in there.
Okay, there we go. I think this was put up by Mr. Beckworth to contest the statement about the warnings at the end of the first paragraph. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to visit with you about that topic if we could. If we could start off with Plaintiff's Exhibit 86, I believe this was the first thing that Mr. Beckworth put up July 2nd at 3:35 p.m.
Could you speak up?
I can't.
I can also turn that up.
Now, this is from the National Weather Service, and it talks about scattered moderate to heavy showers. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. By way of context, does the Hill Country see scattered moderate to heavy showers on a frequent basis?
Yes, I do.
And then we go to 6:05 p.m., Plaintiff's Exhibit 79. And this is from TDEM, which is the Texas Department of Emergency Management. Are you familiar with TDEM?
Yes, sir.
Is this something that Mr. Beckworth appears to have gotten off their website?
Yes, it does.
At 6:05 p.m. on July the 2nd, did you receive a text from TDEM?
No, I did not.
Did you receive an email from TDEM?
No, I did not.
Did you? Did you receive an Amber Alert?
No, sir.
Amber Alert's when your phone goes off and you can hear it, right?
Correct.
Nothing like that from the Texas Department of Emergency Management on July the 2nd.
No, sir.
Okay, I want to move you to July the 3rd. His next exhibit was Plaintiff's Exhibit 80. And this is from the National Weather Service. I believe the timing is 1:18 PM on July the 3rd. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And let's just talk about the scope of it. It's got 7 counties: Valverde County, Edwards, Real, Kerr, Bandera, Kinney, Uvalde, and Medina. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
It's a lot of counties, right?
Yes, sir.
You familiar with those counties generally?
Yes.
A lot of driving, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
By way of example, Valverde is the county where Del Rio is, right?
Yes, sir.
Del Rio is 150 miles from your camp, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Medina County takes about an hour and 20 minutes by car from your camp, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Uvalde, you've driven that?
Yes, I have.
Over an hour and a half from your camp, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you and I look up what the square mileage was of these 7 counties last night?
Yes, we did.
Put up at Defense Exhibit 219. And assuming AI's got it right, it says 12,217 square miles across those 7 counties. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Texas is a big place, is my point, right?
Yes.
Is this particularly helpful when somebody's giving you, there's going to be rain in Del Rio?
No, it's not.
Does it tell you anything about, well, first of all, did you even get this?
No, I didn't get this.
Did you get a text from the National Weather Service?
No, sir.
Did you get an email from the National Weather Service?
No, sir.
Did you get an Amber Alert from the National Weather Service?
No, sir.
Later on, I hear in Plaintiff's Exhibit 24 at 2:26 PM on July the 3rd, there's a level 2 escalation. And if we could scroll up just a little bit, Paco. We heard about the Texas DOT and Texas A&M and DPS and Parks and Wildlife and the National Guard. You see all that?
Yes, sir.
Now, on July the 31st, there was a 14-hour hearing about this flood event in Kerrville, Texas, was there not?
There was.
The pre-positioning of assets in terms of boats for floods happened in San Angelo, Texas, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
How far is San Angelo, Texas? You driven there from your camp?
I have before. Yes, sir.
It takes hours to get there, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that's because San Angelo, Texas is 148 miles from your camp, isn't it?
Your Honor, objection. He's leading the witness.
How far is it? I apologize.
It's about 140 something miles.
It's a long ways.
Yes, sir.
All right. Put up Defense Exhibit 220. This is an article in the San Antonio Express News, and go to page 5. You see where it says that they staged people in San Antonio for the most part?
Yes, sir.
You know the distance between your camp and San Antonio because you've driven it.
Yes.
How long does it take to get from your camp to San Antonio?
About an hour and a half.
As we go back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 24, this level 2 escalation, my question is, in Kerr County, where your camp is, did you get told about anybody from the DOT, Texas A&M, Department of Public Safety, Parks and Wildlife, the National Guard? Were any of those in Kerrville, Texas, to your knowledge, on July the 3rd?
No, sir.
Let's go to July the 3rd. Now, you mentioned to Mr. Beckworth that one of the things that you did is you set up what's called a code red system. For the record, say what that is again.
It was a service I signed up for over a decade ago that was recommended by local officials. And it was alerts that were very specific to our area.
Okay, it's local alerts
Yes, sir.
applying to your area,
Yes, sir.
not particularly something you would get if something's happening over in Del Rio.
Correct.
Did you get a code red alert on July the 3rd?
No, not on July the 3rd.
On any time on July the 3rd, did you get an email from Tatum?
No, sir.
Did you get a text from Tatum?
No, sir.
Did you get an Amber Alert from Tatum?
No, sir.
From anyone else warning you that a flood was imminent on July the 3rd?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Beckworth suggested to you that it had rained all day on July the 3rd, and you said that's not true.
No, it's not true.
If we could put up Defense Exhibit 223. What does this appear to be to you?
Those are the counties in central South Texas.
Now, so we can orient everybody. What is this county that I am showing right here?
That's Kerr County.
And in terms of the location of your camp,
It's about right there. Yes, sir.
okay, so we're a little bit halfway across the center point, east-west, and about the middle of just that section on the left. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, let's keep our eye there, and let's go through. When you tell Mr. Beckworth it didn't rain all day on July the 3rd, let's decide who was right. You see the time up on the top, we're at 2:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Paco, run it to 3 o'clock just for a second as we stare at Kerr County. Stop. Any rain at Camp Mystic at 3 o'clock?
No, sir.
Take it to 4 o'clock. Any rain? Maybe a little spot there?
I believe we were a little bit farther west of that spot.
Okay. Let's go from 4 to 5 and see whether your camp got rained on. Stop. Any rain between 4 and 5 p.m.?
No, sir.
Let's go to 6 o'clock. Anything?
No, sir.
Let's go to 7 o'clock. Any rain between 6 and 7 p.m. on July the 3rd?
No, sir.
7 to 8. Anything?
No, sir.
8 to 9. Any
No,
rain?
sir. No rain.
We heard a lot about taps going off at 10 o'clock. Let's go from 9 to 10 and let's talk about that hour. Any rain between 9 and 10 o'clock when taps got played and these young ladies were put to bed?
No, sir.
Is your camp a camp that sleeps all day and works all night?
No, sir.
Are these girls in activities during the day and sleep at night?
Yes, sir.
Your family that runs the camp, when the girls are sleeping, do you try to get rest as well?
Yes, sir.
After taps, do you guys stay up all night drinking whiskey?
No, sir.
At 10 o'clock on July the 3rd, when everybody was put to bed, was there any rain over Camp Mystic?
No, sir.
Let's go to 11 o'clock. Anything by 11?
No, sir.
Let's go to midnight. Now, you see the system coming in from the west?
Yes, sir.
Let's watch what happens after we get to midnight or 12:01 a.m. on July the 4th. Play it until 1 o'clock and then stop it. By 1 a.m., is there now a serious weather system directly over your camp?
Yes, sir.
Play it to 2 o'clock. Does it stall between
Yeah.
1 and 2?
Yes, sir.
The fact that it's red, what does that mean to you?
Heavy rain.
2 to 3? Still stalled, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
3 to 4? Still stalled over the camp.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, your brother, Richard Eastland. A lot of discussion yesterday about why he didn't come to help. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is he the cook?
Yes, sir. He's the head chef and kitchen manager.
And how many kids was he feeding out there on a daily basis?
He was at Guadalupe. He was feeding about 500 people, all the
And-
staff and campers.
Does his obligation to cook
Yes, it
include
is.
an obligation to serve breakfast?
Yes, sir.
And what time is breakfast served?
It's normally at 8 a.m. every day.
And is breakfast one of those things at a Christian camp that just magically is like manna from heaven and drops down and it's there, and you have to prepare it?
They have to prepare it.
Now, my daughter worked at a bakery. You had to have it ready. What time in the morning do those people have to get up to prepare breakfast so that 500 girls are ready to eat breakfast at 8 in the morning?
It varies. I believe he's always the first one there. I know he was doing barbecue for 4th of July that he was getting up early for.
Now, knowing you've got to get up early to serve breakfast to 500 young ladies and prepare the barbecue for July the 4th, is it a good idea to get some sleep?
Yes, sir.
Was your brother up drinking that night?
No, sir.
Suggestion about your father being a big bourbon drinker. Did you hear that?
Your Honor, we need to lay a predicate that he actually knows what they were doing before he can answer that question. So I object that it's leading and there's no predicate to it. And the testimony yesterday was that he didn't know where his brother was.
I'll sustain that objection.
Do you have any information that your brother was out drinking, as was suggested by this lawyer yesterday?
No, I don't.
Okay. With respect to your father, you have more specific information, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Some of these lawyers decided to do what's called a stripper deposition to get the autopsy and toxicology reports of your father's body, didn't they?
Yes.
You've seen that report, haven't
Yes,
you?
I have.
We won't put the autopsy report out of respect for Tweedy, but let's put up the toxicology that they have possession of, Defense Exhibit 222. Was his blood specifically tested for alcohols and volatiles?
Yes, it was.
And what did the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office toxicology report show with respect to the presence of alcohols and other volatiles?
It says none detected.
Now, 1:14 a.m. Were you asleep at 1:14 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Did your phone go off like it should when there's an Amber Alert designed to wake somebody up?
No, it did not.
Did you hear a text in the middle of the night at 1:14 a.m.?
No, sir, I didn't.
What woke you up that morning of July the 4th?
My father called me on the radio.
Now, the radio is a two-way device where he had one end and you had the other.
Yes, sir.
And where was that radio when you heard your father call you at 1:30 in the morning?
It was right by my bedside.
That's what woke you up.
Yes, sir.
So we know that when an audible signal is given to Edward Eastland at 1:30, you wake up.
Yes, sir.
But when a text signal with no audible signal whatsoever happened at 1:14, you slept right through it.
Yes, sir.
When your father called you at 1:30, what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to come to the office because we'd gotten 4 inches of rain in the last hour, and he wanted us to start moving the waterfront equipment and canoes.
Did you wait around and tell him, wait, Dad, first I've got to check all the texts that came to me while I was sleeping?
No, I didn't.
Did you check for your text before you went to the office at your dad's request?
I don't believe I did. No, sir.
Have you since gone back and searched the data in your phone to see when it is that you actually got texts?
Yes, sir.
Do you deny that a text was sent to you at 1:14?
No, I don't.
You just didn't see it.
I didn't see it. No, sir.
What are the times when you got subsequent texts warning about weather events?
What are the times?
Yeah,
Many other times.
well, let's talk about that for a second. Where were you at 3:35 in the morning?
At 3:35, I was in the Twins 2 cabin.
Did you have your phone with you when you were in neck deep water with all those girls?
No, I didn't.
Where was your phone?
It was in my truck.
Does the record for your phone show that you got a text at that point?
I got that Amber Alert at 3:35, the one that really goes off, but my phone was in my truck and I was already in Twins 2.
Does the record inside your phone show you received another Amber Alert?
Yes, sir.
What time did that one come in?
That was, I want to say 4:30 something.
Okay. Where were you at 4:30 something?
I was in the tree.
And just for a precise record, if the data shows it was 4:46, where were you at 4:46 when this Amber Alert came through?
At 4:46?
Yeah.
I was in the tree.
Were you holding onto your phone in the tree with all those girls?
No, sir.
Where was your phone? Why didn't you tell everybody about that warning?
It was still in my truck.
Okay. Do we have your computer searched so that we can see your internet activity?
Yeah, my cell phone. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you would, your computer, did you spend time between 1:14 and 3 o'clock looking at weather?
On my cell phone, I did. Yes, sir.
There are browser searches that are documented in your cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, could you tell what time your browser search is looking at weather occur?
I do have notes that have the exact times.
Get it right. Pull them out and use them. He can see them. It's okay.
Sorry, there were a few of them, so.
What is this?
It's,
It's a piece of paper.
It's my exact times. I was searching the browser history.
Well,
let me show the council portion.
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's follow the rules
That's fine.
today.
Your Honor, we'll object to this as hearsay. I have no basis for what this is based upon, other than the meeting last night.
Well, I'll tell you what, are you able off the top of your head to give those times?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Okay. How many
No.
times did you do browser searches?
I was on my phone in the front office looking at the USGS, I believe it's called, website for water gauges and looking at precipitation amounts in the area.
And were you watching movies?
No, sir.
Were you texting friends?
No, sir.
Were you trying to figure out what the weather looked like?
Yes, sir.
Now, there was a discussion that you got a call just before 3 o'clock from the woman that was in the guard shack,
Yes, sir.
Miss Frances Blackwell, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we don't need to repeat what was said. Right after that, did you have a discussion with your wife?
Yes, I called her at, I believe, 2:59 is what it says on my phone. And I had asked her to call Francis's cell phone. And that was right before we went to Bug House,
And then what began 1 minute after that call?
the evacuation of Bug House.
All right. With respect to Lieutenant Governor Patrick, remember that came up, right?
Yes, sir.
When is the first time you ever met the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas?
I believe it was July 7th.
And how much time did you spend with the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas?
It was maybe about 2 hours.
And describe for the court what happened during those 2 hours, what you did with the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas.
I walked him through the events of that night. And
Where did you walk him?
we went all through the flats cabins and we went all the way down to Bug House. We went to Bubble Inn and Twins.
The Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas got a 2-hour tour from Edward Eastland describing what happened and when. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
To be fair to the Lieutenant Governor, was he friendly to you?
Yes, he was.
Was he empathetic?
Yes, sir.
Was he cordial?
Yes, he was.
And did you try to do the same with him?
Yes, sir.
Did you all have a text communication later that evening?
We did.
If we could put up Fence Exhibit 214. Now, at 8:45, the text in blue is from you, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. It's hearsay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Let's see if we can go about it this way.
All right.
The Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas texted you, right?
Yes, he did.
And I'm not offering this to prove the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it to prove that he said it. Did he say you have a friend in me?
He did.
Same objection, Your Honor. It's hearsay. They could have tried to subpoena the Lieutenant Governor, but I'm sure he would have probably asserted some type of privilege. He's not here to talk about his side of this.
It's non-hearsay. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's admissible under Rule 801D.
If it's, excuse me, may I respond?
You
Also,
may.
go ahead. I thought you were
If it's
done.
not hearsay, it has no probative value whatsoever to the scope of this hearing.
I didn't bring the Lieutenant Governor up. I'm just responding.
Well, so is it in box for me to look at?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have box.
Would you like us to put it on the screen so you can see it?
No. Oh, yeah, sure. Well,
We're not in front of a jury. so-
I don't know. I'm annoyed because we're supposed to make sure I have everything I need in here. Okay, but I don't, so I'm gonna figure out how to do this. So, I'm having a hard time knowing how a text from the Lieutenant Governor is anything other than hearsay. I don't know what he says in it, so I don't know if you're trying to prove that what he says is true, but it sounds like you are trying to say that what he says in there is true, at least as to what he told Mr. Eastland.
That's not hearsay. That's to prove that it was said. The matter asserted, the hearsay rule says it's got to be proven to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Obviously.
But you're
what
trying
he said
to
is not true.
prove that it's true that he said that to Mr. Eastland.
That's not hearsay. That's
Well,
a
why are we
statement.
listening to it then?
Because they brought up my text with respect to the lieutenant governor, and I'm proving what happened.
Yes, sir.
Our bringing that up was very limited to the fact that there was an investigation by the Texas Rangers and what's going on with dishes, and Mr. Watts's response to that has nothing to do with what happened on July 7th.
I'll tell you what, we've got another exhibit that's already in evidence by agreement, so we'll put up Defense Exhibit 110.
Okay,
We'll
and
go
then
back
we're
there.
gonna get this fixed. So
That's
I can
fine.
look
Yeah,
at it.
we can come back to it. On the day that he was texting you on July the 7th, we have 110? Sir? Yeah, thank you.
What are you waiting for? Your exhibit?
Yeah, he's trying to,
Can he not put his exhibit up?
there we go. Nope, I'm sorry. 215. Play it real quick with audio.
Excuse me, ma'am. What number was this?
215, he said.
Also not admitted into evidence. What is admitted were the ones
110.
you
You're
offered.
right. Let me move to 110. I'll move off the lieutenant governor. Let's go to 110.
110?
Yes, ma'am. This is already in it. I apologize. I misspoke.
While they're doing that, may I just address something? I think the number of exhibits that were offered and admitted in the first day of the hearing on the defendant side stopped around 101.
The only way I can figure that out, because I didn't write it down because we did them bulk, is to try and find the transcript, which I think you all have, but I don't.
Let us look at
So
that.
if you could pull that up
Yes,
and tell me, I would appreciate it. And we may find it easier for the people, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, sir. I don't remember y'all's names, but to just join the Zoom like we did it yesterday, because this doesn't really seem like it's working. So if you can join the Zoom and mute your device entirely, then you will be able to share screen whenever you want. Although if you forget to take it down, I will. But let's try that. Do you have the link? It's the same one as
Right.
yesterday.
Your Honor, so I can help the court, Mr. Watts, on day one, March 4th, page 143, line 14 through 16. What was offered jointly were plaintiffs 1 through 5-1 and defendants 1 through 109.
All right, so those all are admitted.
Okay, let me lay a predicate then. I apologize. I thought it's an old one. Who's Charlie Hastings?
He was the Kirk County engineer.
And the Kirk County engineer appeared on video in front of the Kirk County Commissioner's Court about 2 weeks after this, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Unfortunately, Mr. Hastings is no longer with us. He's passed, hasn't he?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 110.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
One, defendants 110 is admitted.
And have we figured out the audio yet?
Well, I don't know because
Oh, I-
it takes a minute for them to log in.
Oh, I see. They're doing the Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do it kind of
Fair enough.
the, not really the old school way, kind of the medium school way, not the
Yesterday
new
way.
school way. And hopefully it will work. Oh, I have to let you in. I apologize. You whoever that was, I let you in. And then RPM, is that you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in and you're not in right now. You're gonna join later?
Joining me.
Okay. Now you're both in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you're going to connect to the second monitor very quick. And you got 5 minutes.
You need 5 minutes? Okay. Don't stress, it'll be all right.
Would it work for me to go to a different topic while he's doing that, or you want to wait?
I don't want to make you change your order, but if you're willing to do that, I'm fine with it.
I can do something different and not waste time.
Something without.
Yeah.
Let
me go old school, as you said.
There you go.
Can I approach the easel?
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, it's theirs, right? But they don't mind sharing.
No, please.
Okay. You might want to move it so the witness can see it a little better.
You can see okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I just want to get some dates. We're going to move to a different discussion while we're waiting on the video. That is the subject of timing. If we could, when was it that Camp Mystic first sent an email out to its camper community that it was planning to conduct camp at the Cypress Lake facility in the summer of 2026?
I believe it was September 22nd.
Okay. And September 22nd was about 2.5 months after this tragedy, right?
Yes, sir.
When was it that the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas announced a joint investigation committee to investigate what happened on July the 4th?
I believe October 13th.
Did Camp Mystic write a letter to the Joint Investigative Committee inviting them to immediately come to Camp Mystic?
Yes, we did.
When you wrote that letter, did they come to the camp in October?
No, they did not.
Did the state's Joint Investigative Committee come to the camp in November?
No, sir.
Did the state's Joint Investigative Committee come to the camp in December?
No, sir.
What about January 2026? Did the state's investigative committee come to the camp in January?
No, sir.
February? Did the state's Joint Investigative Committee come to the camp in February?
No, sir.
The flow.
Did they finally come to the camp in March after our initial hearing in front of Judge Guerra Gamble?
Yes, sir.
Because of the order that was issued, where did you meet with the state investigative committee?
I met with them at the Cypress Lake camp.
Okay. In order to be in accord with her order, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so on April the 20th, the camps received a letter asking if this investigative committee and the legislature can come out there, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you asking this, her honor, to modify her order to allow that to happen so that these legislators can come out and do their job?
Yes, sir.
Oh, fair enough. Let's go back to my previous topic.
I'm sorry, you received a letter dated April 20th?
No, they want to go out April 20th.
Okay, are you gonna give me that letter at some
I'll get
point?
you. Sure,
Okay,
I will.
because the last I heard is you don't think I'm allowed to do anything
Well,
with this order.
I just want to ask the court's permission. We
Okay.
didn't let the people go down there before, and they want to go down there, so I told them I'd ask.
Okay,
Okay, let's go back to where we were.
May I ask a clarification? Just, you didn't let, may I, Your Honor?
well, I don't think you get to ask Mr. Watts a clarifying question,
This,
because that becomes a conversation between the two of you.
maybe I can ask the court based on what you just said. The statement was, we didn't let someone go before.
I think he's referring to Mr. Eastland's testimony that he met with members from the joint committee on the Camp Cypress part of the property and did not go onto the Guadalupe River part of the property. That's my assumption.
Thank you.
And if I'm wrong, maybe Mr. Watts will clear it up with Mr. Eastland, and if I'm right, he doesn't have to.
Sure.
Thank you.
I was only there in the morning, but you set up interviews where? Just so we got it for the record.
We interviewed at James Hall, which is the dining hall at Cypress Lake.
Okay. Now, let's go back to July the 4th. We were trying to get the audio of Charlie Hastings. And again, Mr. Hastings is or was the Kirk County engineer. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he is providing a description of what happened to the Kirk County Commissioners Court on July the 20th, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to play it, and then I've got some questions for you.
At 12 a.m. at the Hunt gauge, and you can look it up yourself, was approximately 53 gallons per second. You could jump across it. It rained for 3 hours straight in that basin, and we've seen some data from the National Weather Service.
Let's see if we can get it to run.
At 12 a.m. at the Hunt gauge, and you can look it up yourself, was approximately 53 gallons per second. You could jump across it. It rained for 3 hours straight in that basin, and we've seen some data from the National Weather Service, and I've seen the images where it looks like a giant hurricane just sat. No wind, it stayed in one spot, and it put all of its might into that one drainage basin.
I'll start over again, but we may need to turn this on.
I'm being told that maybe if you turn your volume down, it'll help.
Oh, okay.
So the microphones in the courtroom are very, very fancy. So fancy that sometimes they don't work the way we would like them to. And if they think it's too loud and will cause feedback or other problems, they cut out. So
Just
maybe
turn it.
if we turn, and I have everything up kind of loud
Okay.
today.
Thank you,
so
Judge. Yeah.
It could be Zoom too. I mean, we were running a lot of different programs right now to make this work.
The flow at 12 a.m. at the Hunt gauge, and you can look it up yourself, was approximately 53 gallons per second. You could jump across it. It rained for 3 hours straight in that basin, and we've seen some data from the National Weather Service, and I've seen the images where it looks like a giant hurricane just sat. No wind, it stayed in one spot, and it put all of its might into that one drainage basin.
Okay.
The flow at 12 a.m. at the Hunt gauge, and you look it up yourself, was approximately 53 gallons per second. You could jump across it. It rained for 3 hours straight in that basin, and we've seen some data from the National Weather Service, and I've seen the images where it looks like a giant hurricane just sat. No wind, it stayed in one spot, and it put all of its might into that one drainage basin. It picked up a little bit of the North Fork drainage basin, a little bit of Johnson Creek. The rest of us didn't know anything was really going on, quite frankly. If you got up that morning, it's because you heard something on the news, and what you were hearing was not good, and it just got worse. A nightmare. I would like for somebody, I haven't had a chance to do this, but I thought about this last night. Can somebody please show us a graphic of just the South Fork of the Guadalupe River and show us how many acres that is and how big it is, and recognize that it is 100% limestone with shallow, friable, rocky soil. Everybody in the room here knows and understands when you've got soil that when you go out there with a spade to try to dig, and you go down about 1.5 inches and it says you're not going any further, you know what we're talking about. It's rock. It might as well be completely paved with concrete. And we know what a city like New York, I would like to see the image. I would like for somebody to show, because I just don't have time, guys. Somebody needs to take the image of that entire drainage basin, and they need to figure out how steep it is, but it is very steep the whole way. It is a giant funnel. And I'm sorry, but if you get rain for 15 minutes straight, it's going to do something ugly. 90% approximately of all the rain we got was out of the South Fork, and it went from midnight, 50 gallons per second, to 3 a.m., 264 gallons per second. No big deal still. 30 minutes later, it was 125,000 gallons per second. Folks, that's a 10-foot rise that every one of us has seen. No big deal. You could go down and look at it. I had a friend that did that. He went down on his quad at 4 a.m. in the Hunt area between Hunt and Ingram. And he said, Charlie, I've seen it 1,000,000 times. If he would have stayed there just a few more moments, he would have been swept away. He made it back. At 4:06, he put his head down. At 4:30, his mother called because she lives in a cabin on the property and said, there are people with flashlights in the field, and the field is full of water. Mom, you're crazy. Open the door. The water was 40 foot from his house. Way, 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 way above the 100-year. Way above the 500-year. Because I have those. Unfortunately, the studies we have don't show the 1,000-year. It's off the charts. Okay? But we're going to fix that.
Now, he's talking about measurements at the Hunt gauge. Explain for the judge what the distance is upriver from Hunt, where Camp Mystic is located along the Guadalupe.
We're about 7 miles upriver from that gauge.
All right. The water that ended up in the Hunt gauge passed through Camp Mystic earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
And when he says at 12 o'clock, it was 53 gallons a second, you could walk over it. At 3 a.m., it was 264 gallons a second, no big deal. Was that your experience as well?
At 3 a.m.?
Well, you're a little further up, so it's a little earlier. But
Yes, it was earlier than that at our camp.
now, between 3 a.m. and 3:30 in Hunt, it went from 264 gallons per second to 125,000 gallons a second. You heard him say that, right?
Yes, sir.
That is 500 times the amount of water that was 30 minutes earlier.
Correct.
Was that what you experienced at Camp Mystic?
Yes, it was.
And when you had this discussions with Mr. Beckworth about the time that it was reasonable to pull 500 girls out of their beds and make them walk across rain and lightning, was this a steady rising event?
It was before that, yes.
But when you got trapped in and
26.
sucked away, was it a tsunami?
It rose very fast. Yes, sir.
And before that wall of water came in, that took it from 264 gallons a second to 125,000 gallons a second, did you receive an Amber Alert from the state of Texas saying our flood detection system upstream of Camp Mystic has detected a wall of water?
At what time? No. I never got that alert. No,
Did you at any time before you were in the cabin with those girls at 3:35 trying to save their life, did you hear a siren system that had been installed by the state 10 years earlier?
no, sir.
Did any sirens go off before you were sucked out of that cabin with those girls draped around your neck?
No, sir.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. When was the date that Camp Mystic filed its formal application for license renewal?
I believe March 31st.
Now, at the time that Camp Mystic filed its application for license renewal, had the Lieutenant Governor of the state of Texas already dropped a video on a Friday afternoon saying it should be denied?
Yes, sir.
Hadn't even seen it.
No, sir.
When the license renewal was submitted by Camp Mystic to the state of Texas, we're about 4 days shy of 9 months from this tragedy, right?
Correct.
In the 9 months prior to the license application, had the Texas Rangers ever been asked to investigate you?
No, sir.
Objection. Sorry, I'm trying to be quick. How would he know whether they?
Well, let's follow up on that. Put up
So,
plaintiffs.
so I'll sustain the objection and you can try.
Let's put up plaintiff's exhibit 59 so we can talk about how you know.
I would move to strike that answer.
That's fine. I granted your objection. That does that.
Plaintiff's exhibit 59, please.
I mean, I don't go through the transcript and mark it out. I just don't.
Yeah.
Right.
The office of the Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, on April the 7th. This is now with the Texas Ranger criminal investigation of Camp Mystic. I'm doubling down on DISH is not issuing a camping license until all investigations are complete and we know children are safe. See, that's wrong.
Yes.
The Lieutenant Governor is doubling down 7 days after the formal application is submitted, right?
Objection, leading.
How many days are between April the 7th and March 31st, sir?
7 days.
This criminal investigation that is allegedly going on. Had anybody notified you before you submitted the camp application that this was now a crime scene?
No, sir.
Had anybody from the Texas Rangers contacted you to start this investigation in the 9 months before the application was filed?
No, sir.
Now, when the Lieutenant Governor says, well, let's double down, no license until all investigations are complete. Did anybody do any of this investigation before March of this year?
No, sir.
Plaintiff's exhibit, 60. After the Lieutenant Governor says, don't give you a license because there's a criminal investigation that we're just happening to start 9 months later. I posted, and apparently it's relevant, counsel admitted it. He saved the state a miserly $5 million back in 2017 by refusing Kirk County's request for a flood detection early warning siren system, but thereby cost the state 119 innocent souls drowned on July 4, 2025 by that bad decision. Still proudly clutching those 30 pieces of silver, Lieutenant Governor Judas is now doubling down to deflect his own sacrifice of innocence by blaming others present in Jerusalem that tragic day. This is really rich. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you paying me to be your lawyer?
No, sir.
Do I have to get your permission before I can exercise my First Amendment rights about what's really going on?
No, sir.
Was this authorized by Camp Mystic?
No, sir.
Judas is kind of a relevant character to what happened with Easter, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
He was one of the disciples.
Yes,
wasn't he?
sir. He was.
Jesus had a friend in him, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
We thought he did, right?
Yes, sir.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any further, Mr. Beckworth?
Your Honor.
Okay,
Yeah.
yep.
That's one moment.
Yes.
1 minute, Your Honor, so verify something.
I just click the clock over and let it go, so.
Okay, well, then they'll look at that. Morning, Mr. Eastland.
Good morning.
Shouldn't take long. So Mr. Watts just asked you about awareness of the criminal investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony was that you didn't know about it till March 31st?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
I apologize. That you didn't know about it until it was the date it was published by Lieutenant Governor Patrick and the dishes notified you. That's a better way to say
I
it.
believe so. Yes, sir.
That's a false statement, is it not?
I don't believe, I don't remember.
Well, you were here on March 4th, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you're aware that this attorney that just said he doesn't need approval from you had actually subpoenaed Trooper Miller from the Department of Public Safety. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who Trooper Miller is?
Yes,
Who is he?
he was one of the people in charge of the Emergency Operations Center.
Okay. What has he been doing since this flood with relation to the search and recovery efforts for Seal Stewart?
He was doing exactly that. He was in charge of the search and recovery.
So during that hearing, we admitted into evidence an exhibit, which was an affidavit from Ranger Captain John J. Miller. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he refused to testify. In fact, the Attorney General of the state of Texas filed a motion in this case about your efforts to have Mr. Miller testify. Did you know that?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's look at what he said. I am currently employed as a captain in the Texas Ranger Division Special Operations Group of the Texas Department of Public Safety. I'm assigned to the search efforts following the flooding event of July 4th, 2025 in Kerr County, Texas. I have read plaintiff's original petition and plaintiff's application for temporary restraining order and temporary injunction in the above referenced civil suit. And this civil suit is based upon the same facts which I am currently directing operations. You read that?
Yes, I do.
You understand we're the only ones who filed an application for temporary restraining order. So he's talking about Mr. and Mrs. Stewart.
Yes.
Okay. The search operation is open and ongoing at the time of this affidavit. When the search operation concludes, it may or may not be presented to a grand jury at the discretion of the 216th District Attorney's Office. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And I discussed this in open court, and you were present on March 4th, correct?
Yes, I was.
Your brother Brit's an attorney, right?
He is.
You've got a team of attorneys here, right?
I do.
Do you have criminal counsel, sir?
I don't believe so.
Do you know whether you have criminal defense lawyers?
No, I don't.
Why would you laugh about that?
I don't understand a lot of things, so I'm still learning all of this.
Well, let's look at what they say next. He says next. Until the search operation is concluded, I cannot testify or release information that is material to this pending operation, nor should identical or substantially similar material information be released by DPS. This serves the public interest by protecting the integrity of the criminal justice system, as well as protecting the rights afforded to any potential criminal defendant under the laws of the state of Texas and the United States of America. Were you familiar with that statement?
I don't believe so.
Let's look at the date of this. That was signed on March 2nd, 2026 by Trooper John J. Miller, was it not?
It was.
Okay, so the idea that when your camp filed its application with dishes that you didn't know that y'all were under a criminal investigation or potential one that involved a potential referral to the district attorney in Kerr County, Texas. That is a categorically false statement, is it not?
I don't believe so. I didn't know that's what that meant.
No one bothered to explain it to you.
I don't think so. No, sir.
Do you now know you're under criminal investigation?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Now, you referred to a meeting that the investigators from the General Investigation Committee or Investigative Committee had at your camp, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was after Judge Gamble signed the temporary injunction in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, you made some statements that intimated that that visit actually occurred at the Cypress Lake facility. Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir.
That's a false statement.
We did meet at the James Hall dining hall at Cypress Lake. Yes, sir.
Well, that may be true,
Yes.
but you omitted some material information, correct?
I was wondering why he didn't ask me that, but yes.
I was wondering that too.
Yeah,
Because there was a little bit more to it, wasn't
there
there?
was.
Y'all actually went and toured the grounds, correct?
We did, and they really wanted to go see over there.
That's right. We didn't try to stop it, did we?
No, you didn't.
And West Verdell wanted to go too, right?
Yes, correct.
He invited over 100 legislators to go and visit that camp despite her order, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that your lawyer, Mr. Watts, tried to put me in the middle of it and say that we were blocking it and they couldn't go? Did you know that?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did you know that West Verdell himself called me and asked me if he could go?
I didn't know that.
And did your lawyers tell him that all we did was say, Mr. Watts, Mr. Verdell, and his chief of staff, there's a pending temporary injunction and you need to get with Camp Mystic and Mr. Watts and see if you can do it in compliance because it's not my job? Did you know that?
Yes, we did not let West Verdell or the other congressman go to the Guadalupe side.
That's false as well.
No, it's not.
You didn't let him go the first day. But then after you filed your appeal of this court's order, Mr. Verdell did go out and tour the site. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
And only 3 legislators bothered to come. Did you know that?
I was with them and we did not go over there.
Where did you go?
We went on the highway and looked at the camp from the highway.
Did you show him the order?
The order?
The temporary injunction order?
No, I didn't.
Did you believe it wasn't in effect anymore because your lawyers had filed an appeal?
No, I didn't believe that.
Only 3 legislators came, right?
Correct.
And then he went out on social media and blasted the rest of the Texas House of Representatives for not coming, correct?
Yes, I believe he did.
How much money have you donated to Mr. Verdell?
0.
How much money has Mr. Watts donated to Mr. Verdell?
I have no idea.
Is that something you think you ought to know?
Probably so.
And why is Mr. Verdell fighting on behalf of Camp Mystic to repeal the Heavens 27 Act?
I don't know.
Because your camp put out public statements that you supported the Heavens 27 Act, right?
We did.
The one that Seal Stewart's mom and dad fought for, that you stood and said, this is okay, we support it, right?
Yes.
But then the congressman that you're working with is trying to repeal it, right?
I don't know how much he's doing.
And the reason that you were giving him a tour was so you could get information to repeal it, right?
No, sir.
That is absolutely false. You know that you are working with West Verdell to try to repeal aspects of the Heavens 27 Act.
That's not true.
And specifically the fiber requirements, correct?
No, we already have fiber. We've had it for over a decade.
Then why in the world are you bringing congressmen, Texas House of Representative members, excuse me, to come tour your camp?
We want to show everyone what happened.
Everyone?
Yes.
What happened where?
That night on July 4th.
Did you tell Mr. Verdell that you didn't have an evacuation plan as required by the Texas Administrative Code?
I believe we talked about all the events of that night.
Did you show him the cabin where your brother stayed throughout the entire time?
We showed them all the buildings that got flooded. Yes, sir.
Did you tell him that your brothers and your wife and your mom stayed on the other side of the creek and rendered no aid to any child that night?
We told them the entire story from each individual family member. Yes, sir.
Well, good for you. Thank you for doing that. Now, let's just close a minute and talk about some of these warnings that we heard Mr. Watts go over. Now, if we can go back to Mr. Medina, the T-gun exhibit, July 2nd. Mr. Watts showed you this. So we'll get the number in just a second for the record, but this is the July 2nd TDIM notice. This is exhibit 7-9. So if you look at this, Mr. Eastland, I want you to look towards the bottom. And there's a part of this that says Texans are encouraged to follow instructions from local officials, make an emergency plan, and prepare an emergency supply kit. Texans can check road conditions at drivetexas.org or locate flood safety information at texasready.gov. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So we clicked into texasready.gov. So we will offer this as plaintiff's exhibit 100. Your Honor, I'm going to play this for just a second. So public YouTube. Go ahead, Mr. McGinn.
Roughing it with your family and pets can be a fun adventure. But what if you had to rough it for real after a disaster? With no power, no clean water, no food, no fun. That threat is a daily reality in Texas. We have more disasters than any other state. So make sure you have what you need to survive for at least 3 days. Get ahead of what's ahead. Be informed, make a plan, build a kit. #TexasReady. Go to txready.org for more information.
So if you go back just a second, the last part, let's look at what's on the Texas Ready website. Do you see at the bottom? That's from the Texas Department of State Health Services.
Yes, sir.
That's what we call DISHES, right?
Yes, sir.
And DISHES is the licensing agency that you're applying for a license in front of.
Yes, sir.
Did you know they put out this Texas Ready website?
I have not seen that. No, sir.
You don't look at the resources that DISHES itself makes available to you as a camp operator?
I have looked at their resources. Yes, sir.
Well, this is one of them. It's literally called Texas Ready. Did you know that?
No, sir.
And did you know that you can click through this and it very clearly shows videos of the need in Texas to sign up for weather alerts? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Don't you think that you ought to pay attention to the resources made available to you by the very licensing agency that governs your camp's very existence?
I believe we do get a lot of information from them. Yes, sir.
Now, you understand that there's also something that called the IPAWS system. Do you know what that is? IPAWS?
I believe I've heard of it.
Well, your attorney talked about Amber Alerts a minute ago. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You understand there's Amber Alerts don't apply to weather.
Right.
That's
Yes,
for
sir.
child abductions.
Right.
Now, in retrospect, maybe you should have notified 911 to put an Amber Alert out for the 27 missing children that day, but y'all never called 911 until way after the flood, right?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay. There was no Amber Alert related to this flood.
Right. It was a government alert, I guess you could call it.
So references to Amber Alerts was another misleading thing, right?
It was the style that most people get when they get an Amber Alert, that loud noise on your phone.
Okay. Yes.
The past 70 years, the National Emergency Alert System has played a crucial role in keeping our communities safe and informed. If there's an emergency today, are you and your family prepared? Do you know what's right around the corner? IPAWS is continuing to evolve, keeping up with the latest advancements in technology so that we are always prepared for what comes our way. Through devices like your TV or phone and radio, you can be alerted no matter where you are, anywhere, anytime. From local notices to national emergencies to regular testing, IPAWS is America's trusted system for local emergency alerts. IPAWS has a variety of alerting pathways that are always ready to make sure that you get the information you need to act in emergencies. Wireless emergency alerts, or WEAs, send verified messages right to your mobile phone. The Emergency Alert System, or EAS for short, delivers important information from trusted officials right to your radio or television. And NOAA weather radios can deliver both weather and non-weather related emergency messages via these special devices. Through IPAWS, alerting authorities can send alerts to specific geographic areas, ensuring that you have the information you need to take action. In an emergency, every second counts. IPAWS is always ready to deliver simple and trusted alerts that you can rely on. Delivering authenticated messages and life-saving information. No matter what device is nearby, you can stay informed. IVALS, the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, FEMA's national system for local alerting that provides authenticated emergency and life-saving information to the public.
Now, Mr. Eastland, I grew up in the country and I didn't have cable TV, so I had 3 channels. But I used to watch these public service announcements. Like, did you ever see Louis the Lightning Bug or any of that when you're growing up?
I don't believe so,
A
no.
little younger than me. But you know what a public service announcement is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we see those available on the internet, right?
Yes, sir.
So did you ever watch this before?
I haven't seen that video, no, sir.
Did you learn anything just now?
I learned about iPause, yes.
Do you understand that the federal government, using my and your and everyone in here's tax dollars, has created a system that gives free, readily available alerts to weather events to all of us? Did you know that?
I believe it comes in many forms, yes, sir.
And as a camp operator, shouldn't you have known that before today?
I was signed up for the Code Red system and I had lots of weather apps. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you understand that the National Weather System, funded by the government, that's available for free to all of us, their information, has actually classified 3 types of warnings with relation to flash floods? Did you know that?
I believe so, but could you remind me what they are?
Sure. There's categories 1, 2, and 3. And the reason for that is that people used to complain that they got too many alerts and didn't know which ones mattered.
Right.
You probably remember at times getting alerts, you're like, that doesn't really apply to me. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
So now the way the government's warning systems works is you only get a warning of a flash flood if it's 1 of 3 levels. And the second level is called a considerable threat. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
And did you know that the 114 National Weather Service alert that was issued was a considerable threat warning?
I did not know that.
And those mean that life-threatening conditions are imminent or are occurring. Did you know that?
No, sir.
Okay. So as the camp director who's applying to the state of Texas and who's under criminal investigation, we sit here 8 or 9 months after 27 children died. And this is the first time that you've learned about this available resource, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it took a lawyer for Seal Steward's estate and parents to inform you about the free resources that were available to you on July 2nd, July 3rd, and July 4th, correct?
Correct.
Nobody on your legal team's ever bothered to show this to you, right?
Correct.
And your dad, rest his soul, never bothered to tell you that either, did he?
No, sir.
Okay. Might have helped you out July 2nd or 3rd, right?
It could have.
Now,
I'm
there's
not
one.
sure what alerts they put out that day.
Well, I've showed them to you. I've showed them to you.
Would it be different than what I got?
It's not for me to tell you. I've showed you the July 2nd when I've showed you July 3rd, when you know what they say, right? Right?
Which ones?
The one I just showed you, July 2nd. The one your lawyer showed you a minute ago. They were all there to be seen, right?
On the TDM website?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
they
sir.
were on the TDM website.
You have a press team. You know how to put out press releases. You've been doing it all throughout this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, Governor Abbott's in charge of TDM. Did you know that?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You know that Governor Abbott's taken an interest in this case. You've met with him about the flood, right?
I haven't personally. No, sir.
Your representatives have?
I believe my brother Richard did right after. Yes, sir.
Do you think he's just wasting the state of Texas's money on issuing TDM response warnings and watch notices?
No, sir.
Okay. They should be paid attention to, right?
Yes, sir.
Certainly by someone that's in charge of 500 children in a flood zone, right?
I believe they should have made it more of an alert.
So it's the state's fault for not coming and knocking on your door?
It should have been something that would go off on your phone.
Oh, like the one you got at 114?
No, not. It should be more of an urgent alert than just the flash flood warning.
I guess a question then about that. You slept through the 114 warning, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't think the state did enough to tell you, even though they mobilized resources in counties surrounding you, right?
Right.
Did you want a trooper to come knock on your door and tell you to do your job?
No, sir.
What should the state have done? Should they have showed up and said, wake up, go save these kids?
I think it should have been a more urgent alert. I think it should have been one of those government alerts that sounds like an Amber Alert. I think it should have said more in that initial text.
What is more urgent than code red? There is a flash flood warning at your specific property.
The future alerts I got after I was in Twins 2 and in the tree were more urgent.
Okay. You know what an NOAA weather radio is?
Yes, I do.
How much does one cost?
I don't know.
$20 to $60. Does that sound right?
Probably so. Yes, sir.
How many cabins did you have that held girls at your camp on July 3rd?
We had, I believe, 23.
Okay. So 23 times 60's how much?
Is anybody? I'm sorry. I'm
Let's just
not
call
good
it
at math right now.
$1,500. Let me say this. You
Okay.
could have bought an NOAA battery powered weather radio for every cabin for less than $1,500, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much does tuition cost at your camp for one camper?
I for last summer,
Yes, sir.
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
7,000?
It was about 7,000. Yes, sir.
Okay. So for the cost of 1/3 or less tuition for one camper, you could have put a NOAA weather powered radio in every cabin, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your camp has a prohibition on use of digital communication devices, but that's not a digital communication device, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And for another $100 or so a cabin, you could have had a walkie-talkie in every cabin, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now we're under about $3,000. For less than half of the cost of tuition, you could have put a non-digital walkie-talkie that didn't allow communication with anybody but your office in every cabin, correct?
Yes, sir.
In addition to the NOAA radio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And since those are battery powered, it wouldn't have mattered if the power had failed, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would have allowed you, your father, or anyone else who bothered to help that night to have instant communication to all of those children, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had none of those, correct?
We did not have those in the cabins. No,
Now
sir.
let's look at the National Weather Service for a second. Did you know that Kerr County has its own specific sign-in call under the National Weather Service NOAA radio coverage? Did you know that?
No, sir.
So have you ever tried to put a weather radio in a cabin and extend the antennas to see if they pick up weather alerts?
I believe Glenn has been testing those. Yes, sir.
And you know that when the NOAA issues an alert through the radio, it is simply a digital recording of the text of what's on the website. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
So can you pull one of those up, Mr. Medina? So for example, the one that Mr. Watts was looking at earlier, when you have a flash flood watch, this was the watch, by the way, not the warning that comes out, depending on what level it is, these are read through the NOAA system. Did you know that?
No, sir.
So anybody that has their radio on, when they get an elevated alert that goes through, they go to the radio and they could hear them. Did you know that?
No, sir.
Had you had this in every cabin, every counselor and camper would have heard the same warnings that the NWS gave. Did you know that?
No, sir.
And so when you complain that the state of Texas failed you and these children by not knocking on your door to wake you up, the truth is you failed the children by not having the most rudimentary $20 to $50 device in your own home, right?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. It was a long question. You could have had a radio in your home, right?
Yes, sir.
If you did, any notices that were issued on the NOAA system would have come to your house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even when the power went out later in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Looks to me like y'all spent quite a money remodeling some of those houses, right?
I'm sorry, what
Matt
houses
Gratis,
are you
Matt Gratis.
referring to?
Of course.
So, well, let's just look at it real quick. We looked at plaintiff's exhibit 52. Pop in. Who was going to live there?
My brother Richard and his
Richard.
family.
Okay. And you lived in the ranch house, right?
Yes, sir.
Big homes, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you pay for those homes?
Branch house has been there since, I believe, the 30s.
Okay. How do you pay for it? The maintenance, the upkeep, the remodeling?
How do we pay for it?
Yes.
The camp pays for remodeling
Where does the camp get its money?
from tuition.
From these parents, right?
Yes, sir.
Whose children died, right?
Yes, sir.
So you put their money into remodeling your own homes, but did you put their money into buying $20 radios that would have saved the lives of their children?
We did not buy the radios. No, sir.
You didn't buy anything. You didn't buy radios, walkie-talkies, Starlink, any redundant systems to communicate with anybody on that campus, did you?
We had communication systems and we had fiber optics.
Even the one walkie-talkie that you and Mary Liz shared, you took with you and you left her with nothing but a cell phone, right?
That evening, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when we go back to this exhibit, Mr. Watts was talking about all the people that TDEM had notified. He was talking about these big counties. He said Valverde, Edwards, Real, Bandera. He was talking about all these areas and how far they were away. One of the ones listed, though, is Kerr County, right?
Yes, sir.
And where was your camp?
In Kerr County.
Right there in Kerr County, right?
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't matter how big this area was. Your camp specific location was included in every warning, right?
In yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's go back to the TDEM notice. The third. Mr. Watts was talking about how far away some of these things were, right? Think about this for a second. Just go to the bottom, Mr. Medina. Governor Abbott and Nimkid thought enough of what was forecasted there for days to use the taxpayer dollar to mobilize rescue operations just in the event that it might flood. True?
I did not know about that at the time.
I want you to think about this. Have you been out to Ingram Lake and met with the people from the EOC and all the volunteers and state workers that have been out searching for SEAL?
I have met with many of them. Yes, sir.
You understand that some of those folks come from Texas A&M. Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
Swift water rescue boats from Texas A&M Engineering Extension. Those people were notified and on the ready, right?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Game wardens, rescue boat teams, and helicopters were mobilized and on the ready, right?
Yes, sir.
DPS officers, National Guard, Forest Service, Railroad Commission, DOT, everybody in the state who has responsibility to take care of us in the time of a potential storm was notified, mobilized, and on the ready, right?
In Kerr County?
In all the areas that they could be positioned around that potential weather system.
I didn't know about that at the time, no.
Hey, Mr. Watts was talking about, well, somebody's 100 miles away, somebody's 200 miles away. The state was ready, right? Right?
I don't believe they were, no, sir.
And the state told you what to do. Texans are encouraged to monitor local weather forecasts from trusted sources, right? Go up, Mr. Medina. They told you that, right?
Yes, sir.
And they also said Texans are urged to keep personal preparedness as their number one priority, right?
Yes, sir.
And so as the state under Governor Abbott's watch told everyone to prepare and mobilized, you slept, right? You slept.
I did sleep that night, yes, sir.
And we talked about your brother and how in the world we get into Jesus preparing food. I don't know. But the comment was that your brother was at a Christian ministry and that breakfast doesn't just appear like manna from heaven. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What in the world does that have to do with flood preparation?
I don't know.
Me either. You know what does? When you're an owner of a camp and you're in a house that is on the Guadalupe side, pop in for Ag's Attic or wherever he was that night.
He was
Sugar
in
Shack?
Granny's house.
Granny's house. Okay. Granny's house. He was on the right side of Bubble Creek, right?
He was on the east side.
I want you to look at me. I want you to look out here and say, answer this question. I don't know why it was asked. I want to understand it. Is it your excuse on behalf of Camp Mystic that it's okay that your brother slept through this flood and did nothing because he needed to rest up to serve breakfast the next morning?
No, sir.
Don't you know if he had gotten up and helped, that Seal might have been there for breakfast the next morning?
I don't know.
You failed her, did you not, Mr. Eastland?
I wish we had more information.
All the information was there for your entire family to see and utilize if y'all had just stayed awake and looked, right?
I'm sorry, repeat it, please.
All of this information was there and available for you and your entire family to utilize. All of the information was there if you had just looked.
We were looking that night.
You didn't look at the right things, did you?
We didn't look at the things that you have put up, but we were looking at other weather alerts.
I have just a couple more and we'll let you go. And listen, I know this is hard. I'm sorry you lost your dad. I'm sorry for what you went through. Okay? But we're here. Now, we've had to ask some questions about what your lawyer's talking about, and I'm going to have to do it again. Maybe a conversation needs to be had at some point. Do you know that your lawyers filed a brief that said that Mr. and Mrs. Stewart have unclean hands or delayed too long asking for the relief from the court because they didn't file an injunction request prior to February of 2026?
That said what? I'm sorry?
They waited too long to ask the court to order you not to destroy evidence. Were you aware that these lawyers have said that?
I'm sure I've been told that. Yes, sir.
You know what they've been doing. What have the stewards been doing since July 4th?
I don't know everything they've been doing. No, sir.
Grieving, right?
Yes, sir.
Trying to get information, right?
Yes, sir.
And searching for their child, right?
Yes, sir.
And your lawyer stood up here in this courtroom on March 4th, and he used an email from me that was never requested of this court, where I said that I wouldn't file a motion for injunction or temporary restraining order if your camp would do one thing as a courtesy to the stewards. Do you remember what that courtesy was?
No, sir.
Did they ever tell you what I asked?
They probably did. Sorry.
I said, stop destroying evidence and remodeling and hold off on reopening the camp until either their child is found or the state of Texas declares they're going to stop looking for her. Did you know that I made that request?
I'm sure I've heard it. Yes, sir.
Did the lawyers bring it to you?
I believe they did. Yes, sir.
Who made the decision to reject that request?
I don't know.
Well, who's the decision maker? Is it Mary Liz?
No,
Is it your mom?
I just don't remember. I don't, it was, I guess, it was probably in emails.
Should I have had to make that request?
Which request? I'm
That
sorry.
you stop destroying evidence while they look for their daughter?
No, sir.
That you slow down trying to reopen while we try to figure out what happened here?
No, sir.
There was nothing unfair about us asking for an order to stop the destruction of evidence in the evidence field until we got the information we need to pursue our case, right?
For the evidence field,
There was nothing unfair about what we asked this court to do, was there?
I don't remember what exactly it said. So
Tell me what was unfair.
I don't know.
You can't point to one thing that's unfair about what we asked for, can you?
No, I don't remember everything that was asked for.
This is your company, not Mr. Watson's. On behalf of your company, your camp, is it your position here under oath that Will and Cece Stewart waited too long and have unclean hands in asking this court to preserve evidence in this case?
No, it's not.
Okay. So if your lawyers say otherwise, that is against your testimony. True?
I don't know.
Well, you don't believe it.
I'm sorry?
You do not believe they waited too long, do you?
No, I don't think so.
Your Honor, we pass witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. Watts, do you want to do your final examination now and then we'll break afterwards?
I'll do it real quick if that's all right.
Okay, that's fine. It's later than normal.
Sir, your lawyers agreed to their TRO just not to not open until the young lady is found, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason is Mr. McComb's daughter is still missing 11 years later, right?
Yes.
You haven't, you did not agree to shut down your camp for 11 years.
I'm sorry?
You did not agree that it was okay to shut down the camp for 11 years.
No, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to the criminal investigation, you understand that only the district attorney of Kirk County has the jurisdiction to bring such a criminal proceeding, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you been notified by Lucy Wilk or Stephen Harpole, the district attorneys of Kirk County, that you're under criminal investigation?
No, sir.
You understand the law says that they are criminally investigating you, they have to tell you.
Yes, sir.
Has anybody in Kirk County bought this story that they're going to indict you?
I don't believe so.
In terms of waiting too long, you're not saying that the stewards have done anything wrong, are you?
No, sir.
Their lawyers, however, have they asked yet to have an expert go out there?
I don't know.
In the 39 days, the 40 days now since this order was issued, have they once requested to have an expert go out there and do the work that they told this court that they had to get done?
No, they haven't.
Objection, that's categorically false, Your Honor.
Let's change the question, please. I don't
Sure.
think that you actually have the knowledge to answer that question,
Okay.
most likely. So we're gonna strike that question and answer, and you're gonna try again. with
Let me
a question
try
he
again.
might- I'm still talking.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I
That
thought
you
you-
might actually know the answer to.
Okay, here's my question. Have you or anybody else at the camp denied access to any one of these parents, their lawyers, or any expert?
No, sir.
Is it open for Mr. Beckworth whenever he decides to get his experts out there to get them out there?
Yes, sir. Anytime.
Was that true 40 days ago?
Yes, sir.
Was it true during the 9 months since this incident happened?
Yes, sir.
Have there been other lawyers and other experts all over that place?
Yes, sir.
The Amber Alert. I pause. The technology that supposedly exists. You've read the Heavens 27 Act, right?
Yes, I have.
The core of that act was what we had available on July 5th wasn't enough. We need a siren system, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
The state allocated $50 million for an outdoor siren system as part of the Heavens 27 Act.
Yes, sir.
There wasn't a siren system there on July 4th of 2025, was there?
No, there wasn't.
But the Kirk County Commissioners Court requested this state to give it to them 9 years earlier, didn't they?
They did.
To be clear, is Camp Mystic opposing the Heavens 27 Act in any way?
No, sir.
Have you supported it from word go?
Yes, sir.
The people who are against it are against one provision that requires cable, right?
Yes, sir.
Because there's so far, nobody will provide it, right?
Yes, sir.
But your campus had cable for how long?
Since 2016.
Talking about this issue of July 4th. The alert that you got at 3:35 when you were in the cabin, and again at 4:46 when you were in the tree. That's a different alert than what you'd received on the second and the third when there was no rain, was there?
Yes, sir.
Do you wish you'd gotten that level of alert the night before you went to bed?
Yes, I do.
Are most people asleep at 1:14 in the morning?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
But do sirens still go off 24/7 and wake people who are asleep up?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's why the state has finally, at long last, agreed to spend $50 million putting in a siren system that they were asked for back in 2016?
That actually calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you think sirens are a good idea?
Yes, they are.
Are you waiting on the state, or has Camp Mystic caused its own system to be put in before camp opens up in June of this year?
We used the River Sentry system. Those are already installed.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Eastland, you can get off of the witness stand. All right, it's a little past when I said we would break, but that's all right. We're gonna break until 11:10.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And I'll be seated. Oh, it's what me. All right. What is this? It's weird. Can I close this? Everyone, okay, good, girls, and go. Can I close this thing that says Fox Drive? Okay, thanks. Excellent. All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Beckworth and I conferred. We each have 3 exhibits we'd like to get admitted by agreement.
Okay,
Plaintiff's exhibits.
93, which is the Texas Ready video. P94 is the IPAWS, IPAWS video.
1 second. I like to write down a little description. Okay,
97 is the NOAA coverage map. Did you get
okay,
that? I was looking at this. What you got? Okay, those 3 are on plaintiff's offer.
all right.
No objection.
P93, P94, and P97 are admitted.
And then the defendant's 3 by agreement is Defense Exhibit 220, which is a San Antonio Express news article about staging. Exhibit 222 is the toxicology report with respect to the autopsy of Dick Eastland. And 223 is the July 3, 2025 radar. And we'll figure out a mode to get that in. We played that video and we'll get you.
You can upload the video to Box and
That's
that's all you have to
I
do.
think it's already uploaded, so yes, ma'am.
Okay, any objections?
No, you're not.
And then
D20, no, excuse me, D220, D222, and D223 are admitted.
And Mr. Beckworth and I both believe that D110 is admitted, but I just want to make certain.
I have it marked as admitted.
Wonderful, thank you. And Judge, one last housekeeping thing, as happens with any time, could you give us an update about where we are just? For the
Yes, you have used 58 minutes and you've used an additional 39. Do you expect that that's going to continue at this pace, or do you think you'll be taking more time, Mr. Watts?
No, I think we're going to use our time. We got a lot of witnesses, but we're going to try to trim it down.
Okay, all right, I'm just trying to kind of keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
All right, do you have another witness for the court, Mr. Becker?
Yeah, we understand we have 3 days.
Yes,
Yeah,
oh,
we're not-
are we switching? Yes,
Liz Eastland.
Mary Liz Eastland, thank you so much. Come have a seat up here in the witness stand. I don't think I reminded Mr. Eastland yesterday, but I had told him the first time he testified that it's truly a question and answer, not a conversation. So you have to let the lawyers completely finish their question. And then if you just even take a tiny pause, it'll work better. Then answer the question they asked you out loud with words. Do you think you can try and do that?
Yes.
Thank you so much. We are all gonna need to be able to hear you, and unfortunately that cannot be moved, so you have to adjust yourself to it. Sorry about that. Oh, mine's not even on. Did you turn it off? Okay, you gotta, I don't check for those kinds of things. So if you'll help me by telling me you turned it off, then I can check. Okay, sorry about that. I hope everyone was able to hear me. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may proceed.
Miss Eastland, my name is Christina Yarnell. I represent Seal Stewart. We've never met before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to start by saying I'm sorry for the loss your family has endured in this as well. Can you tell me your full name?
Mary Liz Eastland.
Can you speak up just?
Mary Liz Eastland.
Great. And you are the director, camp director, correct?
I'm a director, yes.
Okay. And what do those duties entail? What is the duties of a camp director, your job description?
Mine deals with counselors, hiring counselors, and also the programming. And then I'm also in charge of the nurses and supervising the nursing staff.
Okay, great. Anything else? Does that cover everything?
I mean, a lot of times I do other little things, but it's a long list of little things.
You're also the mother of 4 boys.
Yes.
I am too.
Oh.
God bless you.
Mhm.
So let's talk about the testimony we heard yesterday about the preservation letter that Mary Grace Baker's attorney set out. Did you see that
Yes. I did.
yesterday? Okay.
Mhm.
What is your understanding about that letter?
When I first read it, it was a lot about data and to not destroy any data.
Okay. And what lengths did you go to once you saw that letter to preserve evidence?
I have not destroyed any evidence that I know of.
Okay. So under this duty, you understand that you cannot alter, destroy, repair any evidence at the evidence site, right? It's not
Yes.
just electronic data, it's physical buildings as well. Do you know that?
Okay, yes. Mhm.
Okay, okay. Let's move towards your title. You're also a registered nurse beyond being just the camp director. You're a registered nurse,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Mhm.
And you're also the camp health officer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Medina, can we put up plaintiff's exhibit 81? Ms. Eastland, have you seen this document before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So for everyone else, this is the inspection from July 2nd, and it has you listed as the camp health officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. And as the camp health officer, you're in charge of all the medical staff on the Guadalupe side, is that correct?
Yes, I supervise both infirmaries.
Okay, so you have staff that report to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
So is it fair to say that the infirmary, or heaven can wait, as y'all call it, correct?
Yes,
So the infirmary is kind of your domain. Would that be
Yes.
accurate?
I would say so.
Okay, okay, great. Let's go to the actual administrative code that governs your
Okay.
responsibilities. Mr. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't know
I
what
just
just
need her
happened.
to wait until she's done asking the question to respond, because it's.
Are you struggling to get both? Okay, so because Ms. Carter and I don't work together all the time, she doesn't know this, so I'll tell you, Ms. Carter. If it's the lawyer's fault, they're the ones who want the record and we don't stop for them to do their jobs correctly. If it's the witness, we give witnesses a lot more leeway because most people are not professional witnesses. And I'm sorry, I was doing something else and didn't catch. So it's really, I don't know who's, I
Okay,
don't
it's
know
probably
who
me.
spoke over
It's
who.
probably me.
It's normal conversation. People talk at the same time all the time. That's how people talk. This isn't a conversation. So let her finish the question entirely. And then if you just go and then answer, it'll be perfect. And Ms. Carter will get a beautiful record for anyone who wants it, and we'll have a great transcript, okay?
Okay.
And then also I will be able to hear every single answer you give. I don't want to turn your speaker up anymore. We'll start getting feedback in here. So do try just a little bit to talk a little louder. I don't want you to be hunched awkwardly over the microphone because I don't know how long you're going to be there. All right, let's go back and just do that one again for me.
Yes, ma'am. Before we move on, I'd like to admit this. This was plaintiff's exhibit 81, please.
P81, any objections? No objection. P81 is admitted.
Okay, so let's move on to, like we were discussing, the administrative code that covers your areas of responsibility. Mr. Medina, can you put up plaintiff's exhibit 82? So this is the Texas Youth Camp Safety and Health Act. Specifically, it says medical and nursing care. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Let's look at subsection C, where it says, can you see it? Do you need me to move it? You
I can see it here. Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at C. It says medical staffing requirements, a physician, registered nurse, licensed vocational nurse, a person with American Red Cross emergency response certificate or its equivalent shall be in the camp and on call at all times and will be considered the camp health officer. Did you read that?
Yes.
And that's you, correct? You're the camp health officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. So would it be fair to say that you are in charge of the well-being of all campers?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. So let's move on. We talked about your domain, correct? It's the infirmary, correct?
Yes.
Great.
One of my domains, I would say.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I should move to admit this. That's plaintiff's exhibit 82.
Any objections? No objection. P82 is admitted.
Mr. Medina, can we put up plaintiff's exhibit 83? Can you see the screen?
You can see it here.
So this is a picture from your website. Is that the infirmary?
Yes, ma'am.
And y'all call it Heaven Can Wait.
Yes, ma'am.
And right under there, the last sentence, it says during camp, the nurses are available 24 hours a day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're that familiar with the code also has a requirement that we just discussed, right? That you are on site and on call at all times, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So let's move to back to the code. I'm sorry, I should have admitted this as well. Check. This is plaintiff's exhibit 83.
Any objections? No objection. P83 is admitted.
Okay, let's move back to the code because it has a lot of requirements for you as a camp health officer. Mr. Medina, can you go back to it? Okay, let's start with your requirements under, believe we could start with I. I states you have medical log required and you have to have a record keeping system, a listing date, name of patient, and the name of the camp health officer. Where are these records located?
We do them online on our Camp in Touch accounts.
Okay, and so are those backed up somewhere?
Yes.
And would they be in the infirmary now still?
I guess they would be, it's an online data system,
Okay,
so it should be online.
so there were computers inside the infirmary.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that where you kept it or did you keep it in the main office? These
Kept the
records?
computers. Well, the records are on, it's a web-based program. So they're on the website that we use for our medical log.
Correct. I just was trying to figure out the location. Is that laptop in the infirmary?
It was in the infirmary,
Okay,
but you could access it from any computer because it's
okay.
web-based.
When you say was, what do you mean it was in the infirmary? Is it no longer there?
The infirmary had water, took on water, so I'm not sure where it is.
Okay, we'll get back to that. Let's move on to subsection I. It says camper health records shall be kept on file. Where are those documents?
Also on our web-based Camp Minder program.
Okay, and you mentioned that you may have taken on some water. Is the laptop preserved and backed up? Are these documents somewhere where we can still find them?
You can find them on the Camp Minder website.
They're saved
Yes, they're still there.
from 2025.
Yes.
Great. Okay, let's move on to your requirement that prescription medication shall be administered by the camp health officer. Are those logs you keep as well?
Those are also in the web-based Camp Minder program where the parents enter their medications there and then we give them out as the parent wants us to.
Okay, but when you are administering that, which is your role, correct?
It's the nurses.
It says camp health officer. So did you delegate that to someone?
The nurses dole out the medications,
Not you.
not me personally every time.
Okay, where is that in the statute that that's allowed?
I don't know.
Okay, so the records about your prescription medication that's supposed to be administered by you.
Or the camp counselor, I guess it says.
Yeah, but there has to be some written acknowledgement from a parent for it to not be you and transferred over to another nurse. Isn't that
Okay.
correct?
I didn't know that.
Okay, so let's talk about the prescription medication. Where are those logs? When you're giving someone Tylenol, diabetes medication, Advil, prescriptions, whatever, where is the log of those information?
Over-the-counter logs are in the web-based Camp Minder program.
So you're updating it real time?
Yes.
Okay,
That's how we chart in the Camp Minder website.
okay,
And then daily medications that would have been on paper.
okay. Where are those logs?
I don't know.
Are they not in the infirmary?
They are. I haven't seen them since July 4th.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So besides documents, what this code requires you to have, and you now know from the preservation letter that these were supposed to be preserved, what did you do to preserve the actual infirmary?
Me,
Yes, ma'am.
that was already remediated quickly by all the volunteers that were out there after the flood.
Tell me what you mean by remediated.
When they remove different material because of molding and worry about different germs and things like that.
Okay, who told them that it was okay to go alter and destroy evidence?
TDM and other volunteer organizations that had came out right after the flood.
And did you let TDEM know that you were under a duty to preserve evidence?
I did not. It was already starting before any of that came about.
What day?
I don't know, or right away. I don't know.
You don't know the day that they started tearing down your building?
No, I don't.
Isn't that something you should know?
I don't think I should know that.
You're in charge as a camp health officer of knowing where all the records are and where everything is kept and preserving all those things. And it's not something you should know or advise other people that you should protect this information.
The records are online, so I knew they would be able to be found.
But you just told me there were some in paper, aren't there?
There are some in paper that are lost.
And what steps did you take to preserve those paper records?
I wasn't present for any of the infirmary remediation.
Okay. So let's look at Mr. Medina, plaintiff's exhibit 98. I am going to show you a video depiction of the infirmary. I'm going to show you a video of the infirmary that was dated July 9th. Let's watch it together. Does that look like a fair and accurate depiction of the infirmary?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit this. This is plaintiff's exhibit 98, I believe.
Any objections? No objection. P98 is admitted.
So that video, did you see the date on it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
July 9th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what the infirmary looks like now?
No,
Why?
all of the volunteers, I guess, took everything out.
What volunteers?
The Samaritan's Purse, directed by Tatum, all the different volunteers that came through. There were hundreds of people out there doing all kinds of things.
Okay. You're telling me TDEM told Samaritan's Purse to clean out your infirmary?
Yes, there was a director of Tatum that was actually very involved in the infirmary because she took the medications herself.
Okay. And then she said, scrub this whole place and take down all the water lines?
I wasn't in the conversation.
Don't you think you should have been involved in that conversation?
Maybe so.
So,
Okay, you have to let her
Sorry.
finish her question, even if you think you know what she's asking.
Okay.
Let there be a space between her question
Yes, ma'am.
and your answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
so on the video, you can see the water lines, correct?
Yes,
And it looks like there's a lot of mud.
yes,
And it looks like maybe some fans were turned over, some box floor fans.
yes,
And it looks like there were some water lines on some doors and maybe some bed skirts.
yes.
Don't you think that could have just been cleaned up with mopping? Did you really need to have a full volunteer crew clean up everything?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in it, so I don't know what they decided and when or how much.
Do the water lines still exist now?
No, I don't think so.
Don't you think that that is something that would have been your duty to preserve under the letter you agreed you saw?
I don't think so.
Why not?
The infirmary is not necessarily my building.
You just said it was though, ma'am.
But I don't own the building, nor is it my building.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're the camp director.
A camp director, yes.
You're a registered nurse.
Yes, ma'am.
You're the camp health officer.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also told me the infirmary was your domain a few minutes ago, didn't you?
Right.
And all of those four things, you don't think it was your duty to preserve this building?
I don't.
Okay. Okay, let's turn to July 3rd. You heard yesterday a lot of testimony about the weather alerts on July 3rd, correct? Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what weather advisory or alerts were you aware of on July 3rd?
I was not aware of any.
Okay. So how many events for the campers did you have to reschedule or cancel because of the rain on July 3rd?
Thankfully, not many. on July 3rd.
Sorry,
The-
go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
what's the question?
Which events did you have to reschedule or cancel that were previously planned for the girls because of the rain?
On which date?
July 3rd?
July 3rd, we did not have to do many, so if it's raining, we move to rainy day locations is what we call them. And I don't recall which activities we did move, but I know that we didn't have to move quite a few. That we were able to do quite a few activities that day.
Outdoors?
Yes, in the normal spots.
Okay, so you didn't have to change anything like moving to a movie night or changing outdoor activities to indoor activities?
No, the movie night that we had the previous night was Big and Little Sis night, and we did it under the tennis courts because we had a new pavilion there. And so we thought that would be fun to do it more outdoor.
But they were covered from the rain, correct?
It wasn't raining that night.
Okay, what other flash flood warnings did you receive or watches?
I didn't receive any. I didn't receive any. Maybe the Amber Alert style one at 3:30, but none others for that.
Okay, did you know on July 3rd that you were under a flash flood watch?
I did not.
Do you know the difference between a flash flood watch and a flash flood warning?
I have heard that the difference is yes.
Did you know that on July 3rd?
No.
Okay. So let's pull back up Plaintiff's Exhibit 83, Mr. Medina. So can you read that last sentence that's in yellow for me?
During camp, the nurses are available 24 hours a day.
Okay, so on July 3rd, were you on call?
Yes,
Okay, what other nurses were in the infirmary?
we had 3 RNs in the infirmary.
Okay, were they all on duty too? Were they on a break? Were they all working?
They're available.
Okay, so there were really 4 of y'all, all of July 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then where is a log of that information of who was on duty, who were the nurses, what their names were?
Also in Camp Minder, I guess,
You guess?
because they are on our staff would be the way to know that.
Where are the staff logs?
In Camp Minder.
Okay, you just said you guessed, so I just want a equivocal answer.
Well, I hadn't thought about it until now, but yes, that would be in Camp Minder where the staff, where they're delegated as staff, delineated as staff. So yes.
And it tells you in that log what days they were working and who was on call and who was on a break.
That is something that they determine themselves amongst themselves. And then, so I don't know that we write that information down.
But you, as the camp health officer, should know which nurse is on duty and when, right?
Yes, they're all on duty. I don't think any of them had their time off that day.
Okay. On July 3rd, who else was in the infirmary besides nurses?
I don't believe anybody else was.
Are you sure?
I'm not certain all July 3rd that nobody else was in there, but that night, nobody else was in there.
Were there any children in the infirmary for overnight care?
No.
Okay. Mr. Medina, can we go back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 82, please? Let's go through a few more of the requirements that you are held to under this code. Let's look at J. It says you have the availability of an emergency phone. Did you have that in the infirmary?
They have a phone there. Yes, ma'am.
And so would it have been available July 3rd that night when things were flooding?
I assume so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it something that goes out when the power goes out, or is it a permanent emergency phone that works no matter what?
It's a phone line, so I don't know how it's connected to the power or not, but it's a regular phone line.
Okay. Do you know if, were you in the infirmary on July 3rd?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Do you know if any of the nurses tried to use that phone to call 911?
I don't know.
Let's move on, Mr. Medina, to K, subsection K, which is the emergency plan. Have you seen this before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's read it together. Emergency plans required. A written plan of procedures to be implemented in case of a disaster, serious accident, epidemic, or fatality shall be formulated and posted in the camp's administrative on-site office or location and in each permanent and semi-permanent building, occupied building. You with me?
Yes,
Following?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The plan shall include procedures for emergency shelter and evacuation of each occupied building in the facility. So these are your requirements under your code as a camp health officer. Where was this plan?
It's in our emergency instructions.
But your emergency instructions is just the shelter portion of this, right? See where it says this plan shall include procedures for emergency shelter?
Yes, ma'am. I see
That's
that.
what you had listed in your emergency plan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But do you see right after that, it says and?
I do.
So it's not an or, it's an and. So where was the second part of that sentence, the evacuation portion? Where was that?
It was to wait for instruction was the next part of it.
So your evacuation plan was to wait.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What were they waiting for?
Instruction from someone else in the office.
How are they going to get instructions from the office?
Various ways, I guess.
Did the counselors have walkie-talkies?
No, ma'am.
So how are they going to communicate with you?
Either in person or over the loudspeaker.
Okay, so let's walk through that. On July 3rd, you now know you were under a flash flood watch, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so under this plan, you're required to meet with your staff and make sure that the counselors and campers are all aware of your plan, right? The one you just listed. When
Yes.
did you have this meeting to go over these plans that you said you had?
We talk about it various times during counselor training,
Okay, when else?
just during counselor training
Okay, how do the campers know?
from the bulletin in their cabin.
You don't go over that with them?
I do not.
Okay, so let's go back to what you were talking about. They have to wait for instruction. That is your emergency evacuation plan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're waiting for instruction and you have not given them walkie-talkies, that leaves the camp PA system is the only way for them to get instruction, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when did you get on the PA system and give them instructions?
I didn't.
Why not?
I was stuck on the other side of the Edmondson Creek.
You were stuck there, and we'll go through your timeline, but there was times between taps and 114 that you could have gotten and given them instructions, correct?
Yes.
And surely the night before, when the rain had started and you knew you were under flash flood watch, you could have given them a heads up then too, right? Couldn't you have said, hey, girls, counselors, heads up, there's some storms. We'll be on the lookout. If we need to come and get you, let's review this plan. Could you have done that?
Yes.
Did you do that?
No.
Okay. Let's move on. So they didn't have walkie-talkies, correct? The counselors?
Correct.
Okay. Did the nurses have walkie-talkies?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a walkie-talkie?
I did until I didn't.
I'm sorry?
I did until I didn't.
Okay. So your husband took your walkie-talkie?
Yes, ma'am. We had one walkie-talkie at the house.
Okay. So as a camp director, shouldn't you each have a walkie-talkie?
Yes.
Wouldn't that make sense?
That would make sense.
Okay.
Yes.
So you did not give the counselors walkie-talkies, correct?
Correct.
Did you give them extra flashlights?
I'm sorry?
Did you give them extra flashlights in case the power went out?
No, ma'am.
Did you review potential evacuation meetup locations?
Yes.
Okay, what were those?
The flagpole and the golf box in the event of a fire.
Okay, and when did you review those?
A couple of times during council orientation.
Okay, so after the orientation, you never spoke about this again with any of the counselors or campers?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about how you said you were not at the infirmary, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so where were you on the night of July 3rd?
It was at my house.
Okay, did you hear taps play at your house?
I typically can. I may have been a lot of times after I'll be at the office and then I'll go check on the nurses. I'm not sure exactly where I was that night at taps, but I can hear taps from my house.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, so that means the speaker system and the power was still on at 10 o'clock, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could have made a comms campus-wide announcement. We are under a flash flood watch. We be vigilant. We'll come get you. be ready. You
Yes.
could have
I
made that message, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I could have.
Okay, so let's go back to your house. Now that we know the speakers were working, you went to bed after taps?
I mean, not right after taps, probably close to 11:30
Okay,
after that.
and there was lots of discussions yesterday about the 1:14 AM text alert about a flash flood warning for your Highway 39 location. Did you receive that?
I did not.
Not on your phone.
No, ma'am,
So are you not signed up for code red alerts?
I am not.
Okay, don't you think as a camp health officer, you should be?
Sure.
Okay. So let's go through this again. You talked about how you now know the difference between a flash flood watch and a flash flood warning. What is a flash flood warning?
It's a potential flash flood in your area.
Correct, but there's even more than that, Ms. Eastland, and this is what's really important. A flash flood warning means that it's either currently happening or imminent.
Okay.
You didn't know that on the night that you got that warning?
I never got the warning.
Okay, you didn't know this information in July 2025 when you were a camp health officer. You did not know the differences between those two.
I don't recall knowing exact differences between the two. No.
So 1:45, we heard testimony yesterday that your husband left y'all's house at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your understanding of why he left?
We were awoken by a call from Dick,
Uh-huh.
and he went to help with waterfront equipment.
Okay, and did you hear the call from Mr. Eastland?
Yes.
Okay, what was he saying?
He said that we'd gotten some rain and we need to move the waterfront equipment.
Okay, and did that wake you up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so if your understanding was your husband went to this area on the flats with your father-in-law, correct?
I don't know exactly where he went. I know now he went to the office.
Okay. So when you were overhearing their conversation, they didn't say, come meet me at the office?
I don't remember exactly what they said.
Okay. So if you didn't know where they were, did you try to get to Senior Hill to find out how these 9 cabins were doing?
No, ma'am,
Why not?
because it didn't seem necessary at the time.
So as a camp health officer, we reviewed that you need to be on site and available at all hours, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if your dad is waking you, if your father-in-law is waking you up in the middle of the night, shouldn't that alert you as the camp health officer that I should go check on the other parts of the camp?
Not in this scenario that we were, no.
How bad would the scenario be for you to want to go check on those 9 cabins?
It would just have had to been different at that moment.
I'm sorry?
It would have had to been different at that moment.
Like, can you give me an example?
I can't think of one off the top of my head right now, sorry.
Okay. So when your husband, Edward, left at 1:45, where was the water at this time?
I don't know.
You didn't go outside and check?
No.
Okay. So did you hear your husband's testimony yesterday where he said that he took a route from Ranch House to your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he went up this, crossed this land bridge here, and went this way, correct?
Yes.
Which means that when he left at 1:45, this was passable, correct?
He didn't cross it. He went on that corner, which may have been passable. But I'm not sure that the bridge was passable.
His testimony yesterday was that this was passable at 1:45.
Right, the turn is, it's hard to see on that map. The turn is not over the bridge. It's right before the bridge. So it's hard to say whether the whole bridge was passable at 1:45.
But you don't know because you didn't try.
Correct.
You didn't try to go to the flats
No, ma'am.
and you didn't try to go to Senior Hill.
No, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you start thinking about Senior Hill?
Probably when I got the call from Edward about Francis.
Okay, so let's go over Senior Hill. These are the oldest campers.
Yes, ma'am, older. Mhm.
There's 9 cabins here.
I think it's 10 because of the double stacked, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10.
What's your
Yeah.
estimate on how many campers are up on Senior Hill?
Like we've said, probably 150.
Okay, so how many walkie-talkies does Senior Hill have?
None.
Why?
They just don't have one.
So how are they going to communicate with you? You don't have a walkie-talkie anymore because your husband took yours. They don't have walkie-talkies because you didn't hand them out. How are y'all going to communicate?
We weren't going to communicate
Why?
because they were up on Senior Hill and I'm not over there
Why weren't you over there though?
because I didn't think it was necessary to go over there at that time.
Miss Eastland, we talked about how you have a heightened duty. As the director, as a registered nurse, and as a camp health officer, you have a heightened duty of responsibility to these children. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So wasn't it unprudent to not go check on Senior Hill?
I don't believe it was unprudent.
Okay. Let's move on. Did you know that they were alone for the entire duration of that flooding, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You talked about this and let's touch on it again. Your husband testified yesterday that he called you after Francis Blackwell called, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Francis Blackwell?
Our gatekeeper,
Okay. And what was the time that your husband called you about, Francis?
I think it was 2:58 or 2:59.
Do you have that log somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have your phone backed up?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you given that to your attorneys?
Yes.
So when he called and told you at 2:58, what was his phone call with you?
He said, I can't get a hold of Frances after she made some radio calls. Can you call her cell phone?
And did you try to call her?
Yes, and I tried to FaceTime her as well.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then what happened with me next? Or
No, what happened? Did you reach her?
No, I didn't reach her.
Why? What was your understanding why you couldn't reach her?
I didn't know what was going on, so I don't know.
So your husband calls you. Was he calm when he called you?
But he was worried.
Okay, so he's worried and you try to reach her and you can't reach her. Were you worried?
Yes.
Okay, so what that tells you is that the gate guard on this side is flooding, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the gate guard is off this map, right?
Correct.
But it's still the closest thing to Senior Hill, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at 2:58, you knew that this side of your property is taking on water, correct?
I knew we couldn't get a hold of Frances. I don't know what had happened.
You didn't know it was from water? Your husband didn't tell you that the gate guard was flooded and she was trapped?
He did say that she was taking on water, but I didn't know the magnitude of what had happened at that
Okay.
point.
How often does the gate guard flood?
Never.
Okay, so that should have been alarming to you.
For
correct?
sure, it was unusual.
Okay, so if it was unusual, you knew at that point in time that this part of your property was having an unusual event and water was flooding, correct?
Yes, ma'am, at 3 a.m.
So at that point in time, were you finally worried about Senior Hill?
I mean, yes,
Okay, and what did you do to try to take care of those 9 cabins on Senior Hill?
I walked outside my front door and I saw
Okay.
that there was water.
Okay, did you take pictures of this?
No,
Where were the water levels at your house at this time when you were thinking about Senior Hill?
it's hard to explain because my house has several steps and then a hill.
Okay, so let's look at this map.
Sure.
You're here at Ranch House?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and tell me what happened.
I looked outside my front door and I saw only in the lightning strikes, I could see how vast the water had gotten.
Okay.
And
And was it coming from Bubblegum or was it coming from Cypress?
the side that I was on is where the S is at Ranch House. And so I could see Bubblegum Creek.
Okay. Did you look at the water in
Yes,
at Cypress Lake? I mean Cypress Creek?
yes, ma'am. After I could see and figure out what was going on in the front of the house, I went to look at the back side of the house.
And did you take pictures of this?
No.
So where was the water levels at those points when you were looking at both creeks?
So on the front side, it's about 8 feet from my front door and all the way across by the flagpole, which is very high. And then I went to the back side and it was at what we call the deck. It was at the level of the deck, but not over the deck.
On the backside.
Yes, ma'am.
So this creek here,
Mm-hmm.
Cypress Creek, correct?
Yes,
This is a body of water that was starting to approach your house, correct?
yes, ma'am.
So if it's starting, the same body of water is starting to approach your house, wouldn't it be starting to approach Hangover?
It's a different level over there, but potentially, yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, were you worried about Senior Hill?
Absolutely.
And what did you do to try to get a hold of
Nothing.
Miss Eastland? You have a heightened duty of responsibility to the children under your care. Why did you do nothing to get a hold of them?
I knew I couldn't get a hold of them.
What did you do to try?
There's nothing to try. I didn't have any means to get a hold of them. There was nothing to try to get a hold of them.
Did you try and scream?
You couldn't have heard a scream.
Did you try?
No.
Okay. Did you know the girls at Senior Hill were trying to get a hold of you?
No,
Do you know that now?
just right now.
Okay. I reviewed all the 911 calls released. Is it true that you never called 911?
I never called 911.
So I'm gonna play a 911 call to discuss how Senior Hill was trying to get a hold of you. This is plaintiff's exhibit 84. Mr. Medina?
The line for 2025, 3:57 and 24 seconds.
Sheriff's Office. Hi, my name is Taylor Gerger. I am currently calling from Cameron Guadalupe. Okay. You can always contact our main office. We're separate. County Sheriff's Office. Hello. Yes, ma'am. Hang on 1 second, okay? Yes. County Sheriff's Office? Yes. Can you tell me what's going on? We are currently on campus in Guadalupe and Hudson, Texas, just in 78004. We are, our campus separated into a flat land and on a hill. So we are currently kind of stranded on the hill, traffic jam. Okay, can you give me the address again? What? Can you give me the address one more time? 2689 Highway 39. Okay, you said that's on the road? No, not on the road. We are up on a hill, but we are disconnected from the main campfire bridge. We can't get in contact with our main office. Okay, but right now you're not in water or anything, right? No, we're not currently in water. But we are all getting out of all the cabins, but some of the cabins are filling up with water. Okay, but you're on the hill and you're safe right now? Yeah. Okay, what is your name? My name's Shannon Grover.
Have you ever heard that before?
I have not.
So these campers, you hear them saying that they were trying to get a hold of you, correct?
They're trying to get a hold of the camp office?
We cannot get a hold of the main office. Is that not you as the camp director? Is that not you wouldn't say that they're trying to get a hold of you?
Well, there's a lot of people that have been trying to get a hold of in the main office, but I could have been one of them, yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard this video before?
No,
Is it upsetting to you that they had a phone they weren't supposed to have? Isn't that a violation?
I mean, I know that they break that rule often, so.
Okay. And thank God they did, right?
Right.
So they're trying to get a hold of you. And if we can go back, I should admit that up first. I'm sorry. Plaintiff's Exhibit 84.
Any objections? No objection. P84 is admitted.
Mr. Medina, let's go back
Well,
to,
we are at noon.
oh, I'm
Is
sorry.
this I don't, if you need
See
a
how
few
much left.
minutes to finish your,
Have a little bit more. We can
to
break.
finish the thought right here.
Sure, and then break.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Let's go back to the administrative code, Mr. Medina. Plaintiff's Exhibit 82. So under subsection K, we talked about how the plan includes and requires you to have emergency shelter or evacuation of each occupied building and facility. And then it goes on to say all staff and campers need to have training, and this needs to be documented, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I see that.
So if they were well-trained, why were they calling 911? Wouldn't they have known where to go and what to do?
I think the water was higher than they ever imagined, is why they called 911.
But you told them there were evacuation sites, right? That was your testimony earlier. There were evacuation sites that you told them to go to, flagpoles, whatever.
They couldn't have gotten to the golf box.
So if your plan had worked and you had communicated it with them, or they had a walkie-talkie,
Mhm.
they would not have had to call 911 for help, correct?
I don't know that they wouldn't have called 911. I don't know.
Well, they said they couldn't get a hold of you.
Correct.
We could stop it. if you want.
Okay, then we will break for lunch. As I mentioned yesterday, we break for an hour and a half approximately. When we come back, Ms. Eastland, you'll still be on the stand, you'll still be under oath. So we'll break until 1:30. Thank you, everybody. Ms. Eastland, I think you're still on the witness stand. All right, I'm hearing an echo. Everyone may be seated. Have you turned off the device that was echoing? I think so. Okay. Who keeps doing this? I don't need it in my. But you move it like this? Yeah, no. You ready? Are you ready, Ms. Eastland?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, you may resume.
Okay, Miss Eastland, when we left off, we were discussing the 911 call, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you heard the callers on there. They were from Senior Hill, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the Senior Hill caller was telling the 911 operator that they cannot get a hold of the main office and their cabins were filling with water, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at that point, you still hadn't gone to reach out to Senior Hill, correct?
No, ma'am. I had no way to do that.
I'm sorry?
I had no way to do that, to reach out to Senior Hill.
Okay, so, Mr. Medina, let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit number 92. Miss Eastland, I'm going to show you a photo of hangover. I represent to you that this was taken by a counselor. You able to see it?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Does that look like it accurately depicts hangover cabin on Senior Hill?
Yes,
Okay, and can you see where the water lines are?
I can.
Okay, so when they are calling, the counselor's calling saying they're cut off from the office and they don't have any way to reach you guys and their cabins are filling with water, this is what they were experiencing, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so looking back on this now, do you feel like you should have tried to get a hold of them?
At that point, I couldn't have. I was also escaping the water.
You were escaping the water?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, let's turn back to your house then. Thank you for bringing that up. So you were at your house with your 4 children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else was there?
Just me and my kids.
No one else?
In my house? No,
Staffers?
not in my house.
Okay, so walk us through. You were at your house and your husband you both texted each other multiple times, kind of through
Correct.
those hours.
Yes, ma'am.
So we know from testimony from yesterday, there was a text at 2:21 that your husband sent you where he said, "Bubble gum looks bad, look at the radar." Do you remember that text message?
Yes, ma'am.
And then your response was, "Looks short though," correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so you
I
guys,
need to
Sorry.
answer in words.
Okay, sorry.
So yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
But now you need to answer the question with yes or no.
Yes.
okay, let's just repeat that. So the text message from your husband was, "Bubblegum Creek looks bad, look at the radar," and you responded with, "That looks short though," correct?
Yes.
Then at that point, you knew that he couldn't get back to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it was impassable for you to get to the flat side is what your understanding was at that moment in time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what did you do to try and get a hold of the infirmary that you're in charge of?
I didn't call them.
But you had a phone because you could talk to Edward on text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your phone was working, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so why wouldn't you call the infirmary and let them know things are not well over there on the flats? Are you awake?
At that point, that wasn't unusual.
What wasn't unusual?
The creek rising that much.
So a completely dry creek is what Bubblegum Creek is normally, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did he send you a video?
Yes.
Okay, what did the video show? Was it rapids?
I don't recall exactly, but it was up.
It was up.
Mhm.
So it's not unusual for you not to be able to pass and get over to the flats.
It's not unusual for that dry creek bed to raise up like that.
Okay. And so if it wasn't alarming for you, you still didn't have anything in your being as the camp director and as the camp health officer that thought, maybe I should notify the nurses that the water's rising.
I didn't at that time. No, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I didn't at that time. No, ma'am.
Okay. But you could have called, right? They had an emergency phone and you had phone capabilities at that time,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next time you and Edward texted, I know for sure it was at 3:15, correct?
I texted him.
And you asked him, should I move, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he didn't respond, correct?
Correct.
And then is that when you decided to evacuate to higher ground?
That was when I decided to wake my children up and go into my kitchen. And then I saw my mother-in-law on her back porch,
Okay,
and we decided to go over there.
okay. And so where were the water levels at your house at that time?
That's when I had already looked outside before that. Right before I had texted him, I saw what I mentioned, the 8 foot from my door and then at the deck.
Okay, and did you take photos of the water levels?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, so you get your family and you leave Ranch House, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then where do you go up from Ranch House?
There's a sidewalk in front of Beehive that you can get to Cypress Hollow. So we
Okay.
ran along that sidewalk.
And who's here at Cypress Hollow?
My mother-in-law.
And that's where you ended up?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it higher elevation?
No,
Why did you choose to go there?
because I saw her outside and I knew her husband wasn't there. So I thought, let's go ride the storm out with her.
Okay, so you took your boys and you guys went over to Cypress Hollow, and then what happened?
And then a staffer from Beehive came over, and
Who was that?
there's a girl that works in the office with us,
What's her name?
Meredith Martin.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the question?
Go ahead.
Which
You can
part?
go ahead with your story.
Okay. And then we watched as the water came up outside, about 3 feet outside the door. And I pulled down the attic and had my kids starting to go up there. And then the water broke through the doors. And I quickly, at the time, my youngest was 6. I quickly at the time ran to him to grab him up so he didn't, he's shorter, and grabbed him. And one of my sons said, we need to leave. And I said, okay, you're probably right. And so we attempted to break windows. And then there was a pot that floated in from outside. And we were able to break a window on the back side and climb through the window and then walk towards the tennis courts
Okay, and what time was this happening?
after 3:15.
How do you know?
Because the last text I sent Edward from my house was, do I need to move at 3:15?
And did you take photos when you were at
No.
Cypress? At your mother-in-law's home?
No.
Okay, and then where was y'all's plan to go? Once you broke through the window, what was your plan?
I didn't know what to do next, but I told my children, they know the geography of camp. So I said, go towards Tonk Hill. And so my son started walking down into the water and I said, oh no, I mean the tennis courts. And the cars were floating and lightning a lot. And so I had my one child holding him high and we walked towards the edge of the tennis courts.
Okay, and was your mother-in-law with you?
Yes.
Okay, so you said something about Tonk Hill.
Mhm.
Where is that on this map?
Okay, do you see the road coming up from the left corner? Yeah, right where your finger is about where Tonk Hill is. Yeah, go up to your right. No, sorry. It's right in that triangle, similar
This
to,
area?
a little closer to the other road.
Here?
Oh, I
This
think-
area?
No. Okay, go back up the road.
She just needs to go the other way. You
Yeah.
said right and you went left.
Okay,
So down,
down,
like, you see the roads where they come together in a V? Right under the V.
go like 1 inch below where your fingers are,
Yeah.
right there.
Okay, so right here.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's a hill, you said?
Yes, it's a ceremonial hill that my children know where it is, and so that was the landmark I gave them.
Your children know.
Yes,
What other children know?
a lot of children at camp know where the Tonk Hill is. Half the camp, I guess, knows where Tonk Hill is.
Okay, so your children got the benefit of having a chance to evacuate to this well-known area. But no one else on the flats or on Senior Hill had this ability to go there. Because you never gave them any sort of announcement to leave their cabins, did you?
No,
Why didn't you do that?
because it wasn't that opportunity at that time.
Don't you think as the camp health officer and director of the camp, you should have made an effort to make an announcement?
Yes,
Okay, let's move on. At some point, your brother-in-law Brit came to get you?
we walked through the water to the edge of the tennis courts and their car was there. We saw headlights, and so I said, actually go towards the headlights,
Okay.
and got there.
And how did he know to come down?
I don't know what his story is on that part. I don't know.
Did he have a walkie-talkie?
Yes,
Did your mother-in-law have a walkie-talkie?
she did.
And were they communicating?
I don't know.
So just by sheer luck, he came down and found y'all.
I think he was probably monitoring the water on both sides and came over as far as he could.
Okay, so you get in Brit's car and where do you go?
I don't get in Brit's car. I go to a cabin that I know is empty at Cypress Lake.
You walked?
Yes, I ran. Yes.
Okay. Who got in Brit's car?
My mother-in-law.
Okay. Where did they go?
They went to Brit's house.
Okay. And you walked with your boys and you went where?
Ran with my boys to an empty cabin at Cypress Lake.
Okay. So once you got to Cypress Lake, did you get on the PA system and try to make an announcement to the girls on Senior Hill or the Flats?
There's no way I could have done that from that spot. The two PA systems don't communicate.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
You're pretty sure?
I'm sure they don't communicate. I don't think that you can talk from Cypress Lake to Guadalupe.
You don't think the speakers reach that far? It's just a 4-minute walk.
I don't think they reach that far.
Did you try?
No,
Why didn't you try?
because I was in a different spot and it wasn't at their office. I didn't have my keys on me.
I guess the hard part that I'm having a hard time understanding, Miss Eastland, is you had a heightened duty of care. And on that night, it didn't seem like you made a lot of effort to help the campers that were under your care. It seems like you only helped the campers named Eastland. Is that correct?
Well, my children aren't campers.
It seems like you only helped the children whose names were Eastland. Is that correct?
Those were the only ones I could get to.
Those are the only ones that you thought about, correct?
That's not true.
It seems like Eastland's only save Eastland's, correct?
That's not true.
You didn't make a lot of effort to go find anybody else, did you?
I couldn't go find anybody else.
You didn't try.
There's no way I could have made it over there.
Okay, let's go through one of our last exhibits. Judge, I'm almost done. Can we play Plaintiff's Exhibit 85, Mike? Mr. Medina, sorry. This is another audio call from Senior Hill where they are still trying to get a hold of you. Did you know they were still trying to reach you?
I did not know that.
Okay, can we go ahead and play the 911 call, Mike?
July 4th, 2025, 8:29.
Sure, I mean, I want a location of your emergency. Okay, the state contacted. Okay, give me police fire EMS. I'm not really sure. We've been kind of stopped. We have no way of communication with anyone, but we do have someone who's severely hurt. But the roads are flooded, so I'm not sure there's a way to try to get to us. Yeah, I believe we tried to go out there, but we're not able to make location. Can you tell me the type of injury? Yeah, she's being pregnant. And what type of patient? She says she has some broken ribs. A broken rib? Okay, how old is the patient? She's 59. She has a small person as well. You said she's 59? Okay, and where exactly, do you know where you are on the campground? We're at Senior Hill. It's kind of the highest point. We're laying off through a relation, which is fully, so we're not able to reach our structure or just stop. Okay, I'm sorry, I can barely hear you. Can you tell me where you are on the campground? Yeah, we're at what's called Senior Hill. It's the highest point. Is it Senior Hill? Senior. How do you spell that? SENIOR. Okay. We have no way to contact our camp director, just kind of by voice. Or the officers, and we, there's water all around us. We have no way of going or not.
Had you ever heard that call before?
I had not.
Okay, so that call was at 8:29. You heard the operator say 8:29, correct?
Mhm.
So the first time we heard a 911 call from the girls who tried to reach you was at 3:57. Then that second call was at 8:29. That puts them at 4.5 hours of trying to survive on their own, correct?
Yes. I actually saw them at dawn. The Senior Hill girls at dawn.
So from 3:59 to 8:29, they are still trying to reach you. Why would they call 911 if they already had talked to you?
Because we still couldn't get to each other because of the water, but I had seen them across the hill and asked if they were all accounted for.
And how were you doing that at this point?
I was yelling across the river,
So you could have done that the night before, like I suggested, couldn't you?
not in the different conditions. It was thunder and lightning and raining very hard.
But you never tried, did you?
I didn't try the night before, no.
Okay. So it worked for you in the morning, but you didn't want to try the night before. I'm going to show you another portion of the administrative code that you are responsible for
Okay.
as a camp health officer. I'm sorry, before that, Judge, I should have admitted plaintiff's exhibit 85, the 911 call.
Any objections?
No objection.
No objection. P 85 is admitted.
Mr. Medina, can you put on plaintiff's exhibit 82? So you spoke about when the waters receded, you started going around looking for who was accounted for. When did you first know that a child had died on your campus?
I didn't know they had died until much later.
There were girls that were found inside the cabins. When did you find out they were in the cabins?
I didn't find that out till days later.
Days later. How did you not know there were dead babies on your campus? You didn't go cabin to cabin looking?
There were other people doing that. It wasn't me.
Who were the other people?
Maybe some of the workers and maybe, I don't know who else was.
The grounds crew?
Yes,
So you think the grounds crew is more qualified than you as a registered nurse, the camp director and the camp health officer to go look for dead babies that are in your care?
I didn't say that. No,
Don't you think you should have gone and checked,
I could have, yes,
but you didn't?
not at that point.
So
No.
when is the time period that you found out dead children were on your campus?
I don't know the exact day I found that out.
It was days later?
A day later, maybe?
Okay, let's look at plaintiff's exhibit E. Can you read this out loud, please?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Requirement to report death or communicable diseases.
Keep going.
Okay, sorry. Camper death or confirmed cases of waterborne or foodborne diseases such as cholera, dysentery,
Slow
type.
down.
Oh, sorry.
Just have to slow. People speed up naturally when they
Okay.
read. She's still writing
Okay,
down
got it.
everything anyone says. So you can read it. I just need you to do it
Oh,
slowly.
yes, ma'am. Camper death or confirmed cases of waterborne or foodborne diseases such as cholera, dysentery, typhoid, salmonellosis, shigellosis, or infectious hepatitis shall be reported to the Department of State Health Services Policy Standards and Quality Assurance Unit within 24 hours of occurrence or confirmation in the case of disease by fax at 512-834-6707 or by email at phscps@dshs.texas.gov.
Thank you. So this requirement says you have to report a camper death within 24 hours of the occurrence. Did you do that?
Not to DSHS, no.
You did not inform dishes that children had died on your campus as is required by this administrative code.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Why?
I did not think of this requirement in the moments that were happening after the flood.
But this is something you should know. This is what governs you as a camp health officer, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you done this now?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you're applying for a new license because you want to reopen camp next summer, right?
Yes,
Okay,
Sorry.
but you still haven't reported the deaths that occurred the last time you had a license?
no, ma'am, I have not.
Okay, don't you think you should update your dishes application?
I guess so.
You guess so?
I don't know. I'm not the one that's been doing the application, so I don't know all the requirements for the application.
Okay, but you should know the requirements of the administrative code.
Yes.
I'm gonna pass the witness for now.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Mary Liz, have you ever heard of the saying hindsight's 20/20?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you some questions today. And I want you, when you're answering those questions, to answer them as they were your state of mind at the time before you knew it was even possible to have a 1,000-year flood in Curry County, at Camp Mystic, or in Texas, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's go back over some of the times that you had, I guess, according to Mr. Beckworth, these unusual events. At 1:30, when the call came in from Dick to Edward to move the canoes, I believe it is, was that an unusual event?
No, ma'am.
Had that occurred before?
Yes, ma'am.
And when has those calls occurred?
Various different years, different times during the day, during the evening.
There was also a text we talked about at 2:21 that informed you that Edmondson Creek was too high to pass.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you consider that to be an unusual
No.
event?
No.
Why not?
It happens often. Like I said, the dry creek in any kind of rain, even 3 to 5 inches will rise like that out of its banks and be impassable.
And in the past, where it's risen 3 to 5 inches, has there been any type of harm to the campers, any type of injuries to the campers?
No, ma'am.
Any flooding of any nature of what it compared to this time?
No, ma'am.
Another unusual event, I think, was stated that this land bridge, I think we call it just a bridge there that we've been talking about, there was water that went over that. So that was at some point you couldn't pass, correct?
Correct.
Is that what you consider an unusual event?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Like I said, when the Edmondson Creek usually rises in a hard rain, it flows into those culverts you've seen and often overflows it, therefore making the bridge impassable.
And then what do you do with these kids up, or these campers up at Senior Hill?
When it happens during camp, they stay in their cabins and wait till it recedes.
And we've heard a lot about this Senior Hill, but did any camper, was any camper lost? Was any camper killed at Senior Hill?
No, ma'am.
Was any camper injured? I know we heard a 911 call at 8:29, but that wasn't a camper, a 59-year-old, right?
That was for Francis, yes, ma'am. Mhm.
So-
I'm sorry, we're talking over each other and I couldn't understand what you said. That was.
That was for Francis, our gatekeeper, sorry.
Was there not an Eastland up at Senior Hill?
Sorry,
Was there an Eastland up at Senior
Oh,
Hill?
not that night, what do you mean?
Well,
Oh, Elizabeth Eastland, my niece, was on Senior Hill in Shady Shack.
relationship to who?
She is Katie and Britt's daughter.
And before 3 a.m. that morning, did you feel it was necessary to kind of go over there to have an Eastland moved?
No, ma'am.
And we keep calling it hill. How high is this? I mean, a hill insinuates it's a hill. We know that.
Mhm. Well, the water line in Hangover was lower than the water line in my house, for example, so it's higher than my house.
Had you, I don't think we've put this on the record. How long have you been in the capacity as a director?
Since 2020.
How long have you actually been out there, either as a camper or as a counselor or some other capacity?
I started as a camper in Twins One.
Do you recall any time where there has been flooding at
Yes.
Senior Hill?
No, not on Senior Hill. No.
Okay. Now, we heard the 5:57 a.m. call by a camper from Senior Hill, and I don't know, I'm going to ask you this. Did that camper sound like she was distressed,
The first call?
the first call?
No, she said they were safe.
And that she didn't indicate any kind of danger at that point to you?
No, ma'am.
And around what time do you think you yelled over there to say, hey, are y'all okay?
It was when I came back from Cypress Lake at dawn, and there's a hill next to my house. And the girls were at Hangover on a porch, and we just communicated back and forth. So whatever time, around 7 a.m., I guess, dawn time.
At that point, did anyone indicate we're scared, we're unsafe, anything of that nature?
No, they didn't.
Now, I know you didn't realize that one of the campers, or maybe two of the campers, had a cell phone at the time, right?
Correct. I did not know that.
Do those campers have your number on the cell phone?
The counselor would have had my number. Yes.
Have you gone back to see on your cell phone? Did anyone call you on your cell phone?
No, I haven't. No one called me on my cell phone.
And I should clarify, no one called you from Senior Hill.
Correct. No one did.
I think from past testimony today, the first indication that you feel, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was an unusual situation was when Francis' call came in.
Yes,
that
ma'am. Mhm.
And at that time, can you tell me what you saw when you stepped out of your house?
Yes, I went to the front porch and the lights were still on. I turned on the light and I saw Edward's truck driving in front of the office, and I couldn't see the water until lightning would strike. And so I saw him driving campers, and they got out and were going over to Rec Hall. And as the lightning struck, I could see how high the water was. And it was up, like I said, past the flagpole and all the way almost to there's several steps in front of Ranch House. They were above a lot of steps and almost to my doorstep. And then I asked him, do I need to move? Because I also saw the back porch and thought the water was coming in on both sides on us.
At that point, did you have any kind of communications with Edward?
No, my last text went green. I don't know. And so I figured he was out of range to respond.
What do you mean green?
Well, like iMessage goes blue if you're in Wi-Fi, and so he must have been out of range when I sent it.
And even though you have fiber optics out there
Correct.
for communications, there's still places where you cannot get signals. Is that correct on your cell phone?
Yes, ma'am. You have to be near buildings that have the Wi-Fi. Or the Wi-Fi was down. I don't know.
Let's talk a little bit about the Texas State Department or Texas Department of State Health dish that we've been calling.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to do an annual inspection by them?
Yes.
What do they have to approve?
They spend a lot of time looking through records in the office, and they look over our emergency procedures, and then they spend time in the infirmaries and the kitchens and looking at different activity areas.
Do they also look at your policies and procedures as it pertains to emergency plans or evacuation?
Yes, ma'am. They have a binder that they look through that we give them to look through all of the different policies and procedures, and they check them off for us.
When was the last time you had such an inspection prior to July 4th?
July 2nd, 2025.
Did they find any deficiencies as to your emergency evacuations or your emergency instructions or your evacuation?
No, I don't think we had any deficiencies.
Had you ever had any deficiency from DISH in either of those two areas?
No, ma'am.
Now, there's a little bit of testimony or a little bit of questioning about deaths and not reporting a child's death. Let me go back to the point where you finally were able to cross over. Was it Edmondson Creek that you
Yes.
finally crossed?
Mhm.
Around what time was that?
It was right after I had a conversation with Senior Hill, and then I went over. It was a little bit high. It was out of its banks still, but able for me to pass at that time.
I think that was past the 4 o'clock time, or roughly 4 o'clock time that the first 911 call went in from one of the campers.
It was after that. Yes, ma'am.
And where did you go?
I went up to Rec Hall and I saw some of my staff up there, and they said that we had people missing. And so I thought, oh no. And I ran down the flats and saw Richard. And I think he had a radio and he said Edward was alive. And so then I radioed Edward and asked where he was. And he said, I'm walking along the river to see if there are more girls in trees. And so then I went back to Rec Hall and started doing a head count of all the campers.
What do you mean head count?
Well, I knew I had to figure out who we had and didn't have at that point. And sorry.
Take your time. It's okay.
The nurses had a list, and so they got it for me of all the cabins. And I asked every cabin to come on the porch of Rec Hall, and I had every camper. The counselors were trying to tell me who they were missing, and I said, no, I want every camper to look at me in the face and tell me their first and last name. And so I went through each cabin, and then they lined up like a campfire. If you've been a camper before, you understand that. They lined up by cabin on the tennis court after they were on the stage of Rec Hall. And then so I had that list, and my sister-in-law came over, and we looked at each other and we said, next we need to feed them and dry them and get them somewhere else. And so.
Let me stop you there just for 1 minute. So while you're in Rec Hall, and this is after sun has risen at this point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that has to be an hour or so after we heard the first 911 call.
Yes.
Did you see anyone there from emergency personnel, from the police, from any type of organization like that?
The first person I saw was at 10 a.m., a game warden.
But if someone was there, you would have seen them because you're walking around. Well,
Yes,
would you
ma'am.
have seen them?
Yes, I would have seen them along the flats as I ran up and down the flats.
This is around 6 o'clock. This is happening.
I want to say more like 7, but I don't know. I wasn't watching my time.
Okay, I interrupted you. So from there, after you did the head count, what did you do?
Then we went, Katie and I organized, we started walking the girls single file. And there was still water on Edmondson Creek, so it was, some of the other workers came and helped us carry them over the creek, some of them. And we walked them over to James Hall, where the other counselors from Cypress Lake had done an incredible job, where they had all these clothes in different sizes organized, and we got the girls clothed in dry clothes. And then Richard was making food at that point for them.
Did you ever go back down to the Guadalupe
Yes.
River cabins?
I went back down at 10 to give the game warden the list of people we were missing.
And that was the first emergency person that you saw there. It was at 10 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then see other emergency personnel there?
I went back to James Hall, and then I also had to go up onto the hill and start communicating with parents. And so I didn't see many until evacuating with helicopters happened.
Did you see the emergency personnel go into the cabins or basically comb the area down there?
No, I never went back over towards the cabins. I was more over at Cypress Lake.
Do you have any understanding as to when the emergency personnel came, what they were doing there?
I don't know. All I know is the game warden I saw, and then the helicopters later at 3 to 4 p.m.
What is your understanding of who showed up? Was DPS there? Was the Texas Rangers there? Eventually, what's your understanding?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to that part.
Do you think and you've seen it now in the news, all the people that were there and emergency personnel that did arrive, do you think all those law enforcement folks and the Texas Rangers and other people that were there would have found the body of a camper that had died?
I think so. Yes.
And certainly if they did, they would have reported it to the proper authorities.
I hope so. Yes.
I'm going to switch gears here and talk a little bit about, I guess as Mr. Beckwith calls it, the evidence field.
Yes, ma'am.
Remedial measures. What does that mean to you?
It means you take off sheetrock and maybe porous things in your home that can hold and manifest bacteria in a bad way.
Was that done to your home?
Yes.
Your home being ranch house?
Yes.
You eventually, because of the condition it was in, you eventually moved to a rental place, is that correct?
In Kerrville, yes, ma'am.
What was your intention, or what is your intention to move back to ranch house?
I would like to at some point. We had contractors looking at it to determine the timeline and what needed to happen first.
Before the injunction that came down on March 4th, was there some month, whether it's September, October, August, that you thought, okay, we want to be back in the house?
Yes, we wanted to be back before the school year in August.
And how long would it have taken you or the workers to repair that home so it would be livable again?
We started really working in November, just looking at plans and what I wanted to do, if anything. And so it would have taken, they thought I could have gotten back in June had we moved quickly. And then, so that would have been maybe 6 months.
You yourself, though, didn't go into that house to make any type of tearing down walls, tearing out carpets.
No.
You weren't involved in any way?
No, they were pulling belongings out and we were deciding what was salvageable or not, but that was it.
You didn't direct them?
No, ma'am.
There's been a little bit of discussion of tennis courts. I think there was some confusion. Tennis courts, some of which that are lower in the Guadalupe area and river area, and then some that are higher near the Cypress Creek. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, we call those a lake hold tennis courts up high by Sleepover.
Were the lake hole, or Cypress Creek as I'll call them, tennis courts damaged in any way?
I don't believe so.
Did they have to be repaired in any way?
No.
So they could be used, right?
Yes, ma'am, they could be used.
And I know there's been earlier discussion, I think with Edward of a inadvertently, I think Richard may have attached an old activity list. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that activity list, there was activities that would have occurred in Guadalupe River. You recall that?
Yes,
You said, how long have you been at the camp now? 30 years?
like 34 years.
34 years. In the 34 years you've been at the camp, has those campers at Cypress Creek ever used the Guadalupe River?
The Cypress Lake campers have never used the Guadalupe River right there.
That's all the question.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Yarnell?
Yes, ma'am, elementary.
Okay.
Just a few questions. Ms. Eastland, so I heard you and your attorney speaking about the 911 calls that the counselors didn't sound distressed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think it's typical for girls to call 911 just for fun?
I don't know that for sure or not.
Yeah, they wouldn't, right?
I don't think
Why
so.
would they waste a rescuer's time if they didn't have an emergency, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. So it sounds to me like you are saying they didn't sound distressed and they didn't call your cell phone. Like the burden was on the children to come find you for answers. Are you blaming the counselors?
Absolutely not. No.
I hope not. Because it was your duty to care for them, wasn't it?
To do what?
It was your duty to care for them, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And the amount of time that these 9 cabins went without contact from you as the camp health officer is neglectful, isn't it?
It's horrifying, but not neglectful, I wouldn't say.
I would say neglectful. You don't agree?
I don't agree it was neglectful.
Did you know that the campers were up there and stranded for so long that they tried to break into the shed?
What's the shed?
The shed at the top of Senior Hill? Did you know they tried to break into it?
I don't know what the shed is.
Sure you do. There is a shed on Senior Hill. They tried to break into it. It was locked and they were desperate searching for food.
Oh,
That's how long they were alone and unattended. Is that not neglect to you?
I don't think it's neglect.
Okay, we must have different definitions of neglect. Let's talk about the nurses that you spoke of that were at rec hall the next morning. You've spoken a lot about what you did when the waters receded. It's vastly different from what you did as the waters were rising, correct?
Correct.
So there were nurses when the waters receded that you found at rec hall, right?
They were at the nurses, but I did see the staff at rec hall.
They are nurses that report to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those nurses would have been able-bodied people that could have come to the aid of SEAL if you would have called and woken them up, right?
Maybe so.
Maybe SEAL Steward didn't have enough people. You didn't staff enough people. And you had the ability on your cell phone that you admitted would working. You told me there were people on guard at the infirmary and you never called them to say, there is an issue. There may be an issue. Go check on the flats. We need more bodies. You never made that phone call, did you?
I did not.
Would SEAL Steward still be alive if you had made that phone call?
I don't know.
In your 34 years, you said you've been there for 34 years, right?
As a camper and a counselor, yes, ma'am.
It is difficult to me to hear that it's been 34 years that you've been there and you did this little to help save these children that were under your care. You knew the property, you knew the flood lines, you knew access points, your children knew them, and these were first-year campers. You had 34 more years of experience than SEAL. She needed your help and you abandoned her, didn't you?
Yes.
More question?
All right. Simon, anything else? No. All right. Ms. Eastland, you may return to your seat in the gallery. Thank you. Any more witnesses?
No, we have no further witnesses.
Okay. Any witnesses, Mr. Watts or Ms. Stackman?
John will call Brit Eastland.
Brit Eastland.
I do.
Thank you so much. Have a seat in the witness chair. I think you've been here and heard my instructions on testifying. You need to let the lawyers completely finish their question, take a little pause, and then answer the question that they ask you out loud with words. Can you try?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you ready, sir?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Eastland, state your name for the court, please.
Brit Eastland.
And Mr. Eastland, what is your occupation? How are you employed?
I work for Camp Mystic, and specifically, I'm a director with my wife Katie at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake
And how long have you been a director at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake?
since 2020 when we opened the new camp.
Were you at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake during the time of July 4, July 2, July 3, July 4, 2025?
Yes.
I want to go to that time. I'll come back to visit with you about some other issues relating to the Camp Mystic Cypress Lake operation. But going back to July 2, looking at some of the information that has been provided with regard to weather. What weather apps do you have? What weather information do you utilize at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake?
I use the weather app that comes with the Apple phone, the iPhone, and also I use a NOAA weather app. It has another name in front of it, but I like using both of them. Just kind of have checks and balance. They have, in my opinion, they have one of them, the radar is a little bit better.
I want to go to a time period at July 2nd, during July 2nd, July 3rd time period. You saw earlier that there was information that was posted on some social media relating to weather data, such as weather, flash flood watch, 1 to 3 inches, with a possibility of 5 to 7 inches. Do you remember reading that earlier when this information was presented?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived in the Hill Country?
With my 3 brothers, I was born at Camp Mystic, or born in Kerrville, but grew up at Camp Mystic with my brothers. But from 1997 to 2015, I was not at camp. I was in college and in law school, and then I practiced law in San Antonio for 10 years.
And then with regard to living in the Hill Country, being from that area and going back to the Hill Country, 1 to 3 inches of rain for a warning to be issued. Have you had that experience of 1 to 3 inches of rain in the Hill Country?
Yes.
And what has that experience been in the past when that type of forecast is provided to you?
We've gotten many flash flood watches and warnings that would have forecasted with that amount of rain, and often it would be just half an inch, or if you get 3 inches, it's still not flooding.
When the rain forecast is 5 inches, is that a situation that you believe is going to be cataclysmic or horrific, as been described by numerous officials throughout the state of Texas regarding this July 4th flood?
No.
Had you received information that there should be an evacuation because of the expectancy of flooding that would be to the extent even anywhere near described by Mr. Hastings of such a magnitude that you would end up in a situation of a 36 or 37 foot rise in the Guadalupe River in a matter of a few hours? Did you receive any kind of warning like that?
No, we did not.
If you or anyone else in the Hill Country, including the thousands of people that were affected by this, if you would have received anything such as this is going to be a flood, not 1 inch, not 3 inches, not 5 inches, 7 inches, it's going to be a flood that is going to exceed anything in the history of the hill country in Texas, what would you do? What would you would have done?
Objection, Your Honor. That was so compound. You asked about thousands of other people, and I think there were maybe 7 different questions.
It was a little bit hard to follow. You
Okay.
might want to break it up.
Sure, absolutely. Based upon your knowledge, observations, and living in the hill country, and from a practical standpoint, getting some information such as that this is going to be not a 1 inch, 3 inch, 5 inch, 7 inch. This is going to be of a description that is going to have rapid rise in the Guadalupe River, such that's never been seen before in the hill country. If you would have known or imagined, or someone who had mentioned that to you, what would you do?
You're describing kind of like when they give, I think, like a hurricane warning. If we knew that there was something like this coming our way, if we got any notice that it was unprecedented, unimaginable, like what happened, we would have not had camp. We would have, if we had campers, we would have got them back home or gotten them to higher ground, or just if they hadn't even come to camp yet, we would have not had camp. They wouldn't have come.
I want to go back then July 2, 3, and 4. The Texas Division of Emergency Management, TDEM. What's your understanding of what that organization is?
They come in when there's a disaster is one thing they do to help communities do disaster recovery.
There was mention that TDEM was in certain areas. Well, let me ask you this. Who have you talked to anyone from TDEM?
Many times.
Okay. And who are some of the persons you've talked to at TDEM?
Well, right after the flood and all the chaos and losing my dad and losing all these precious girls, we didn't know what to do. And just people started showing up in our community, and including at Camp Mystic. And 2 of the agencies that showed up were Texas Department of Emergency Management, headed by Denise Treadwell. And I think the next day she showed up. It was in the next day or 2. And then also a company called Gotham's that was contracted by the governor to oversee everything that happened on our property for disaster recovery.
Who's Nim Kid?
He's the chief of the TDEM.
Did you have communications with Nim Kid?
I did when 911 wasn't working, when we were trying to get aid to camp, when we knew we had missing campers. I called who I thought might have contacts, a U.S. representative that I'm friends with, and he got me in touch with Nim Kid, and Nim Kid told me that he'd be sending help.
With regard to TDEM on July 2, July 3, were you made aware by any officials, whether it be city officials, county officials, sheriff's departments, fire departments, local area response and recovery, that TDEM was in the area on July 2 or July 3?
We got no notice. I don't think anyone in our area got any notice that TDEM was in the area.
Do you, with regard to Nim Kid, have you reviewed and actually been present at hearings where Nim Kid has presented the horrific nature of this flooding?
Yes, I've been at the Emergency Operations Center multiple times where they held a very large hearing, but I wasn't present at that hearing, I believe in July, but I saw it online.
Okay. Any disagreement with TDEM's analysis of this catastrophic flood that has never been seen or experienced or even existed in the hill country?
No disagreement.
You got any disagreement with the simplification that this was of magnitudes that happened quickly?
No disagreement.
All right. I'm going to talk about you being in it. On July the 3rd, that evening, before that evening was, that evening was, tell us what the weather was.
Like some previous testimony of some of my family members at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, we were able to pretty much have our normal activities. We actually, I remember our fishing class did pretty well. The girls were able to fish, and they caught a lot of fish that day. And I do recall that night at the evening activity where the girls, it was tribe election night at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, and our girls were able to go to their tribe hills. If it's raining or if it's lightning, or if there's a chance of rain and lightning while they're up at the tribe hill, we have to be the bad guys and we have to cancel it. And we didn't have to do that. They went to their tribe hills that night.
Okay. This map, Guadalupe campus, where is the Camp Mystic Cypress Lake campus from here? Off this map, right? Where would you go? Up this road?
Yes, the bottom left corner is where you would drive west.
Okay. And the Cypress Lake camp that's a separate camp from the Guadalupe campus?
That's correct.
And how many girls, counselors, attendees did you have during that time period?
We had approximately 180.
Okay. Who works with you as a director there?
My wife, Katie.
And with regard to that evening of July 3, did you have any concerns that the weather or weather conditions would be cataclysmic and catastrophic in a matter of hours?
Not at all. We were looking at the forecast. We had heard from people there was maybe some rain forecasted, but I got no alerts that anything serious would be coming.
What time did you go to sleep that evening, or did you?
Yes, I went to sleep probably around 11 o'clock.
Okay. Katie, what time did she go to sleep that evening?
Probably the same time.
During the night, what's the next thing that occurred that caused you any concern?
I woke up with the same radio call at 1:45 because that radio channel works where both campuses can hear it. And I heard my dad tell Edward that we've gotten 2 inches of rain and that please come over. We need to get the boats up higher, which is pretty standard across the whole camping industry. You get your boats up that are right by the river.
And after that, what did you do?
Katie and I got out of bed and we got in her Suburban and we drove over to our campus, Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, to check on, because it was raining very hard, to check on the cabins and the lake and Cypress Creek at our campus.
And just tell me the conditions at Cypress campus around 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m.
Well, at 1:50,
Okay. Go ahead.
it was raining hard, but there was not, it wasn't flooding Cypress Lake. And we drove past all the cabins very slowly. I had a very good flashlight shining at the lake. And, you know, the lightning was incredible. It was demonic how bad that storm was. And I just wanted to make sure, like, we drove very slowly past a lot of the cabins at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake. Some are near the cliff's edge, near the lake, and just wanted to make sure that there weren't any counselors flagging us down, that they had an issue in their cabin. And because it wasn't flooding, we drove back to our house that is on the Camp Mystic Cypress Lake side shortly thereafter, maybe after 30 minutes.
Okay. What do you recall happening next?
I remember getting a call from, we were back at the house and we got a call from our infirmary Band-Aid box at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake about 2:45.
And what was the call?
It was a call from the nurses saying that one of the cabins called Nightingale's Nook, which is kind of centrally located at Cypress Lake campus, was getting water inside the bathroom of the cabin, and they were having trouble getting towels down to make sure water wasn't getting in the main cabin.
And what did you do at that point?
So Katie and I went back over in her Suburban, brought a bunch of towels, and went into the cabin. There was some pipe coming out of the closet floor that had electrical cables coming out of it, and water was just kind of slowly coming out of that. We didn't know where it was coming from, like if the entryway was like from the roof or something like that, and coming in the pipe. And so we were able to get towels down and kind of manage it. But that cabin used to be the old infirmary, and so it used to have air conditioning and Wi-Fi and telephone, and so I'm guessing it was just like an old electrical pipe in the
So there
floor.
wasn't flooding from any water source?
Correct.
Okay.
It wasn't coming off the hill, or obviously it wasn't coming from our creek or our lake. It was just coming through the pipe.
And then after that time period, what occurred?
Well, it was around that time. I mean, it was still raining hard, and I was checking my two weather apps, and you could see this little cell passing through, and it kept saying like that it was going to be, the rain would stop in like 15 minutes. This was around like 2:30, 2:45.
Okay.
And so I remember telling Katie a couple times, like, this is really bad. Like, this is a horrible storm, so much lightning, but it looks like it's going to pass. And it was around that time that we heard the radio calls from Francis Blackwell at our main gatehouse at Cape Guadalupe River, frantically saying there was water coming in the gatehouse.
Yeah, you heard that call on the walkie-talkies, the radios?
Yes, and I heard my brother Edward and my dad immediately telling her what to do.
Okay. Tell us about the weather conditions, the sound. There's been some talk of discussion about using an intercom or speaker system. What were the conditions like around 2:45, 3 a.m., to the best of your knowledge?
Incredibly heavy rain, large thunder, and a lot of lightning, very loud.
Again, from your life experience, when that was occurring, had you ever experienced something with such horrific force at around 2:45, 3 a.m.?
You mean a storm
Yes.
that loud and that much rain?
Right.
No.
What were the indicators about that cell as you looked at the weather?
Again, the radar showed that it was a severe storm, but it was small and that it was about to pass.
Okay. After you get the call, what do you do? And I'm going to refer to the call with Francis over the radio. What happens next?
So I left Katie at Nightingale's Nook cabin that had the water it wasn't a lot, but it was enough that you got to put towels down so that it didn't get into the sleeping area. So I left her just because I didn't, she was there and I didn't want any of the girls, I wanted them to be able to go back to sleep. And so I got in her Suburban and I just kept patrolling Cypress Lake camp and that water. I had a really good flashlight that could, has very strong lumens, very strong light, and I could see our Cypress Creek starting to flood.
Okay. Where at Cypress Creek was the flooding starting?
Near the waterfront area, where 3 or 4 cabins are again up high. Those cabins out of the 500-year floodplain, but still, it's a new camp, and so I wanted to. Just the storm wasn't stopping, and so I stayed and just kept patrolling the road that kind of runs along the lake that's near some of the cabins, just making sure, one, that I think I had my parking lights on. It's not high beams because I didn't want to like drive by the cabins and have bright lights going in there and waking them up if the girls were still asleep. But I wanted to see if I wanted to be going slow enough, and also just kind of give them reassurance that somebody was driving by and they could come outside, counselors could come outside and wave me down if they were scared or had a question about anything. And I just did that for a good while. And eventually picked up Katie.
Okay. About what time was it that you picked up Katie?
I want to say probably got her out of the cabin 3:15 at the latest of Nightingale's Nook. And she drove around Cypress Lake with me, checking cabins. And because there's just this cell, again, the radar kept saying it was going to pass, but I was just getting more and more frustrated and telling Katie this, that why isn't the rain stopping? Why the forecast is showing that it's moving and it won't stop. It's just like it's sitting over. And so we knew we needed it. So my daughter was at Senior Hill in a cabin called Shady Shack on Senior Hill. But my two boys were about to go to a nearby boys camp called Camp Rio Vista, like July 5th or 6th or something. They were scheduled to go. So they were still at home, and their bedroom at our house at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, their bedroom backs up to Cypress Creek.
Okay.
And so we knew because it was flooding, let's go check on our boys. And so we started driving back the direction of Guadalupe River Camp,
Okay.
where our house is kind of on the edge of Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, in between both campuses. And all of a sudden, we just saw in the distance the counselor parking lot, which is on high ground, where about 50 counselor cars are parked at Camp Mystic Guadalupe River. We just saw lights flashing, red and white lights. It looked like they were moving around. We could just see, it was like they were moving. It was just like the strangest thing I've ever seen. And so instead of stopping at our house, we continued to drive towards that campus to see if we could see what was going on.
And when you looked at that distance and you saw lights flashing and moving in different directions, what did you ultimately see when you got closer?
That the counselor parking lot, that, in the 100 years of Camp Mystic, Guadalupe River, this area that's on high ground, all of a sudden it was like a moat, and these staff cars were just floating around. And I guess just something with the electronics with new cars, their lights turn on and sirens go off. As we got closer, the cars were honking. And then we saw flashlights coming towards us.
And who are the flashlights coming toward you?
Well, at first we thought they were like maybe the Polish staff or something. We were just like, who's coming towards us? And we were at the edge of the road as close as we could get we were near the tennis courts, the Cypress Lake courts. And as the flashlights continued to get closer, we realized it was my mom, Tweety, my sister-in-law, Mary Liz, and her 4 boys, and one of the staff members named Meredith.
Were they walking in the water? What did it look like?
Well, they were walking towards us and in the water, and then finally out of the water as they came towards us.
Okay. What did you do next after they came toward you?
I asked them to get in the car because again, it was lightning. It's dangerous out there, and they had these huge shocked looks on their faces. They looked scared, and my mom got in the car, but Mary Liz and her boys and Meredith, Mary Liz did not want to get in the car with me.
Okay. What did you do then?
Well, I tried to get Mary Liz in the car, but I could tell they had been in just a situation that was very scary. And I learned pretty quickly that, this Cypress Creek was backing up to Guadalupe River, converging, and it was just starting to back up towards our camp. And so I made sure she didn't want to get in with us. She told me she wanted to go to higher ground at James Hall, that she didn't want to go to my house, which was near the creek. And so I drove my mom immediately to my house with Katie, and we got her a blanket. And she was concerned. She hadn't seen my dad in a while. We hadn't heard from him. I went outside the back porch that faces the creek, and I could see that my house was about to flood if it got maybe a couple more inches in height, if the creek did. So I yelled at Katie and said, "Hey, get our boys out of their bedrooms and get them into the living room."
And in Cypress Lake, what did you do after you got out of the house?
Shortly thereafter, we had two more staff members that were in the sleepover house come in and came into our house, and we got them blankets and tried to get them dry clothes. And with everyone in my house being safe, I left Katie with them, and I went back to Camp Mystic Cypress Lake to continue to check on that camp.
And with regard to the Cypress Lake camp, were any of the cabins flooded? Was any portion of the camp flooded? And if so, tell us what they were and what wasn't.
No, fortunately, the water got maybe 30 feet below the nearest cabin. It was still 30 feet below, but I mean, that's still very high from where the water level really is. But I never had to evacuate any of the cabins because, again, the lightning storm at that time, I thought that it was not safe to pull them out, and they didn't need to be pulled out and try to go to James Hall because I thought it was more likely to get struck by lightning. And this is before I knew anything bad had really happened at Guadalupe River. I'd lost contact with my dad and my brother. We didn't hear them anymore, but it's still just, it wasn't even in my imagination that anything to the level of what happened could have happened over at that campus. And so just the rest of the morning, it was checking on, I think I checked on Mary Liz and her boys, and they had moved from James Hall over to up top cabin, like she had mentioned. And I think we got them some sleeping bags and pillows, and just checking on the girls at Cypress Lake. And
tell us about the girls at Cypress Lake. Did they stay in their cabins
Yes.
at all times? Okay.
Sorry.
You had mentioned the issues with the lightning, thunder, the heavy rain. They stayed in place.
Yes.
And then was there a time at Cypress Lake Camp when the campers were then taken to another area or were taken out of their cabins? And if so, tell us about that.
They stayed in their cabins most of the morning. We brought breakfast to them. That way the Guadalupe River girls that Mary Liz talked about, when they came over to our camp, Cypress Lake Camp, they were in James Hall, and we kept the Cypress Lake campers in their cabin for, I believe, breakfast and lunch. And we just kept them sheltered. They didn't know anything had happened.
Okay. What did you do then? Let's fast forward into the Guadalupe campus area. When did you go to the Guadalupe campus?
At first light, Katie, I think, had already gone over to help Mary Liz at Rec Hall at Guadalupe River Camp. And I can't remember why, but my 16-year-old son he left in the truck with me, in my truck. I think our plan was to go maybe talk to the big three. I think Katie may have told me to, because she was at Guadalupe River Camp, helping Mary Liz and everybody there, that I needed to assist the big three at our camp with staying in their cabins for breakfast and stuff like that. So I'm backing out of the driveway. I think it was about close to 7:15 in the morning. And that's when I saw Glenn Yankee walking down the road towards our camp.
Okay. What happened next?
I stopped my truck to talk to him, and I could tell that he was very distressed. And he said that we need to call search and rescue. And at that time, we had no power, cell service, Wi-Fi. And so I told him to get in my truck because I think he was like going to walk up towards James Hall and up the hill to maybe make a 911 call himself. So instead, I got him in the truck with me and my son, Charlie. and we drove up past James Hall, past our horse stables, past a gate up to a high spot where I believe I made my first 911 call asking for search and rescue about 7:22 or so.
Okay. Then after that, what did you do, Brett?
I went back down. I think I dropped Charlie back off at the house so he could be with my mom and those that were at my house. And I believe Glenn and I went over to the Guadalupe River camp.
Charlie, your son?
I think Charlie stayed at my house, dropped him off, and then Glenn and I maybe went over to Guadalupe River camp and in hopes of help would maybe start coming and see if we could help over there.
When you get over to the Guadalupe River camp, can you describe what it looked like?
It was like a war zone. It was debris everywhere, fallen trees down, cypress trees, pecan trees. It was just things in the road. I remember passing the girls that Katie and Mary Liz were bringing, the girls from Rec Hall that survived from the flats. They were walking past me and towards our camp as I was going over to Guadalupe River Camp. The counselor parking lot, I could see cars stacked on top of each other. Sometimes not just one car on top of another one. It was maybe a third car on top of at the top, and they were just all over the place, turned up on their sides. Some of the cars from the council parking lot ended up on the other side of Bubblegum Creek, near the flagpole, near the office. And yeah, we went over there and started looking through cabins.
When is the first time that you or to your knowledge, anyone else contacted by any officials, government officials relating to rescue or recovery?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. When is the first time that you, or to your knowledge, anybody at Camp Mystic, Guadalupe, had any contact with any government official for rescue or recovery?
It was frustrating because no one was coming to help us, and we knew we were missing people. And so I made a second call sometime after 9 o'clock in the morning, back up to the same spot, came back down. And again, I had to get in touch with Nim Kid sometime, I feel like after 10 or 9:50, it's all blur, but it was still, I feel like it was not till sometime after 10 a.m. that some game wardens came by helicopter. And I think they may have airlifted Francis Blackwell off the golf course from Senior Hill, and then some set up outside of Ranch House, Mary Liz and Edward, with a drone and a couple guys. I think there were about 3 game wardens that started doing things.
About what time was that you saw game warden or officials physically on the property?
I think sometime between 10 a.m. and 10:30 in the morning.
Okay. What happened after that?
Well, I remember getting actually pretty frustrated with them. I know they were good guys. They were just doing what they were trained to do, but I think they were like, their training told them to like get everybody from Guad, get everybody to one safe spot. So they started taking some of our workers, trying to get them across the creek, Bubblegum Creek, over to Cypress Lake camp. And I said, no, the girls, the people that we're missing are on the other side of the dam. Like, you guys got to go down there. These people you're trying to evacuate, there's no point in doing that. They're safe. They're on high ground. Please, y'all start going below the dam, below Bug House, and please start searching for the girls we've lost.
And did they do that?
I think eventually they did that. But yeah, but again, I don't blame them. I was just frustrated because
Sure.
They didn't know the area. They didn't have a map. They were just doing what they were trained to do.
Tell us what happens after that.
It's all such a blur. I remember getting a lot of our guys from Mexico. They're wonderful men. They're seasonal workers, to start making sure that we didn't have any people in cabins. And so we started, it was just a wreck going into the Guadalupe River cabins. It was just beds and trunks piled up on top of each other, so much mud and debris. It was a war zone. I just couldn't believe how far these cabins are from the water. 100 years of this camp, and it filled up like 8 feet of water in there. And we knew we had people missing, and so we knew we had to start pulling things out of the cabin and checking cabin by cabin until more help arrived. And so that's what we did.
When did help arrive? Specifically, when did the Texas Division of Emergency Management that we refer to as TDEM, when did they come to Camp Mystic?
I just remember it wasn't until 4 o'clock that, we're grateful for it. It was raining. It started raining again, and a gentle flood again that slowed things down, and the creek went back up. And so, I understand it's not a safe time to bring helicopters, but helicopters didn't arrive until sometime around 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon. And Guadalupe River campers were able to start being evacuated around 4 p.m. On July 4th.
Now, when TDEM comes to the site, you indicated with TDEM, what happened based on what you observed being at the camp? What happens with for example, taking over or taking control?
So are you jumping forward to like the next day after we got all the girls evacuated?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it could have been as early as July 5th that Denise Treadwell, she's a wonderful person, came with her team from TDEM, and also another wonderful person named Jordan Hale her company Gotham's was contracted by the governor's office, and we just starting as early as July 5th or 6th, I feel like we just started having as many as 100 volunteers a day just trying to show up to help. And so they managed that.
And who was coordinating those volunteers?
I feel like from talking with Denise and Jordan, it was the two of them initially, and working with a lot of, top volunteer companies that were coming out.
Who was directing the volunteers on what work to do, how to do it, the remedial issues that were being done?
TDEM with Gotham's.
Okay. In addition to TDEM, in addition to the workers, volunteer groups, were some of them, to your knowledge, vetted by TDEM? In other words, authorized to do certain work?
Yes.
And name some of those vetted volunteers by Texas Division of Emergency Management who were authorized to come on the property and do the remediation, do the cleanup, and do what these professionals do.
Some of them were skilled and unskilled workers from Samaritan's Purse and Team Rubicon. And there were also just smaller level but skilled contractors from our community and from outside the community that just wanted to come help where they could. And so they were vetted by TDEM because some people were not coming with good intentions. They were coming either just because they were curious, or there were media people that were trying to come in. And there were, I was just thankful that that organization was there to help us.
What about the Texas Department of Public Safety, DPS?
Yes, they came right away.
There's been an allegation just filed by the Stewart family's attorneys over here that the Eastland family was in control of that property from July 4th, 2025 forward. Is that a true statement or is that an untrue statement?
No, that's an untrue statement. We were displaced from our homes. Katie and my home was the only one that didn't flood. Owner, director, staff house that didn't flood. No one had a place to live. There was no water. There was no electricity for over a week. And my dad had passed, and we lost all these precious girls. We were a wreck. We didn't know what to do. And there were all these people that came that said, hey, we know what to do during disaster, a natural disaster. And we had a lot of really close friends, some of them are here today, that came and were directed by TDM officials to continue coordinating all these helpers.
In addition to the TDM officials and the contractors vetted by TDM after July the 4th, I want to ask you, was FEMA out there?
Yes, I believe they were as well.
What about the U.S. Geological Survey? Did that group show up?
Yes, they did also.
And based on your observation of what you saw, did you observe them, for example, taking photographs?
Yes, I think a lot of those officials were taking a lot of photographs.
The U.S. Geological Survey, on their website, is that data, to the best of your knowledge, available for these lawyers to look at for water heights, water levels?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
I need you to get to a breaking point.
Okay. Judge, this will be a good time.
Okay,
All right.
perfect, wonderful. We will return at 3:30.
All right.
Are you ready, Mr. Eastland?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you ready? All right,
Your Honor.
you may resume.
Thank you. Mr. Eastland, before we took a break, we were talking about the number of government officials, persons who were out there at the scene. Let's talk about FEMA. Let's talk about U.S. Geological Survey. Let's talk about governmental officials that were out there. Did you observe drones from time to time?
Yes.
And do you know if those drones were being done by government officials at any point?
Yes, I believe they were authorized officials.
Photos. Saw FEMA, government officials, others out there taking photographs and going cabin to cabin.
Yes.
When those photographs were taken right after, sometime shortly after July the 4th, were there photographs taken inside and outside of the cabins
Yes.
and around the areas for documentation of pictures of what the scene looked like shortly after this incident?
Yes, they were.
Okay. During this first week of July 4th through July 9th or 10th, when TDM was there, when TDM had direction and control of the remediation and the recovery with these groups, were you out there from time to time as well? Just tell me what you were doing during this time period.
We were there from time to time. We tried to go to as many funerals as we were allowed to go to, and we were trying to get some of my family their houses, trying to figure out where they could live, and we were just continuing to work with search and rescue and the EOC, whatever they needed to from us at Mystic.
Did you communicate with NIM Kid directly during the first couple of weeks of July the 4th area after that?
I did a little bit by text. I had more conversations with Captain John Miller with the EOC.
Okay. And who is Captain John Miller?
He is a DPS officer. As far as I know, he's a war hero, a former Green Beret, and chief of the search and rescue operations at the Emergency Operations Center in Kerrville.
Okay. What do you understand was his role as he was out there during this time?
His role was to try to find everybody that was missing from this global flood.
Okay. During after a couple of weeks, was there a time that you on behalf of Camp Mystic received what has been shown by Mr. Beckworth as a letter, not from Mr. Beckworth, but from another attorney dated July the 11th?
Yes, I noticed a reserve evidence letter.
Yeah.
Yes.
About when did you receive that letter?
I think I received it the same day that I sent it to our attorneys.
And what day was that?
July 21st.
Okay, on July, so from July the 4th through July 21st, with all of these groups that were there, with drones, photographs, documentation, TDM, FEMA, U.S. Geological Surveys, game wardens, DPS, and others. During that period of time, do you know, if you know, whether Mr. Beckworth or any of his representatives on behalf of the Stewart family went to the scene to document or investigate? Do your knowledge?
Objection.
Yeah,
What?
the question is, do you know whether Mr. Beckworth or any attorney on behalf of the Stewart family went to the scene? Is that the question?
Yes. Yeah, in other words, Judge, that during this time period, was there any legal representative of the Stewart family that you're aware that went to the scene during July the 4th through July 20th and 21st?
What's the objection?
Rephrase.
Well, a person is, were they acting in a legal capacity?
I'm
at the
over
time?
here.
Okay, what? Yeah.
I know, I'm telling him too. You
Yes.
don't need to turn around and face the back, because the lawyers don't talk to each other in the middle of a hearing. They talk to me or the witness.
I'll withdraw the objection now that I've heard something.
Okay, thank
See
you.
where- yes, ma'am.
All right.
No, I believe no one from Mr. Beckworth's office came during that time period. There was only one attorney that I know of that came near the property that's flying a drone, I believe, from the Lanier firm.
Let me check his microphone, Your Honor. I don't know.
Is the
if
green
it's-
light on?
Mhm.
On the microphone down at the bottom? Can you click it, please? I don't know how they keep getting turned off, but nobody turn any microphones off. Please, just leave them on 100% of the time. All right.
Now, want to pull up that letter. Let's go to plaintiff's number 5. It's defense 224.
This is already admitted as a plaintiff's exhibit, is
It
that
is,
right?
it is, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's, what was it?
It's plaintiff's 5. While we're pulling that up, I want to follow up with, during this period of time, to the best of your knowledge, were you involved directly with any type of cleanup that was going on?
No,
And who would have been doing that during these weeks leading up to the receipt of this correspondence?
it would have been a friend of mine named Ryan Land who took over security for us. He's a former Green Beret that just happened to be off duty for a short period of time. He worked together with Gotham's and Tatum.
Now, going to this request for preservation of evidence, I want to begin with what is requested. Let's skip down to, scroll down a little bit, please. Number 1, all incident reports, photographs, video footage, surveillance, or cell phones. To the best of your knowledge, what has not been destroyed? Has there been an effort made to preserve that information? To the
Yes,
emails, texts, voicemails. Is that related to a building or a structure?
correct. It's not.
Okay. Next, documents, third-party contractors, information, is that related to a physical structure?
It's not.
All right. I'm going to skip through these personnel files, insurance communications, electronic data, incident report, camper rosters, photos, drones, staff schedules, emergency response communications, emails. Go to the bottom. Data, written or electronic correspondence, communications concerning permits, documentation, policies, riders, 18, claims, file, documents. Okay? Is that the letter that was received?
It is.
I want to pull up the next correspondence. The next correspondence will, I believe it. Before your honors, the next one. Here's a response to Mr. Ferguson. right there, first paragraph. As you are aware, many structures were significantly flooded and cleanup continues on those structures. We are continuing to locate materials and are attempting to recover documents and data that has been damaged or destroyed by the flood. From what you understand of the documentation that was not lost or destroyed in the flood, have attempts been made to secure what is available?
They have.
Okay. In addition to that, there have been local, state, and federal personnel at Camp Mystic who've inspected and photographed the area. I'm in the process of collecting that information as well. And then I would ask that you, as to the lawyer, direct those inquiries to proper authorities. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. I understand that you're requesting to inspect the area at some point. Officials and others have inspected the area, and information will become available through those agencies in the future, in the near future. Additionally, if you want to schedule a time to go to the area, please let me know, and we can work on accommodations for that visit. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
With regard to you, Mr. Eastland, and the Eastland family, was there ever a time that you did not allow some family member, some government official, or some lawyers to come out to the scene if they desired to do so?
We always allowed access.
Was there ever a time where you believe that anybody from the Eastland family told Mr. Beckworth, his legal team, any lawyers associated with his legal team, that they could not come out as early as August 1, when that letter was written, through today?
We've been available to talk to anybody that wants to talk to us about the facts of what happened. But we've been respectful of that, knowing that that's hard for a lot of people. And we've been available. We've made Camp Mystic available for them to come out anytime they want.
Okay. To your knowledge, did any representatives or any members of the Stewart family come to Camp Mystic at any time?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to fast forward. Well, before we do that, let's talk about the buildings and the structures that are there. Have any of the cabins been torn down or destroyed?
No.
Have any of the cabins?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna need you to take your chair down when you're not showing an exhibit. I don't remember your name, sir.
Paco Casas.
Casas?
Casas.
Casas. Thank you, Mr. Casas. I'm supposed to have controls to do that, but I don't. So I need you to pay attention, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Eastland, with regard to persons coming out, we're talking about that. I want to visit with you about the buildings. There was some mention that there might have been some structure or support that was placed in some of the cabins. What is that for?
I believe there was a photograph of Tumblein 2, and within the first days after the flood, law enforcement and emergency officials that were out there did not want anyone to go inside that cabin because it appeared to be structurally unsafe, and they were afraid that it could fall on someone going in there. So I believe Samaritan's Purse or someone under the direction of Tatum officials were allowed to go just put better support in there.
Was there documentation? For example, the stairwell. Was there documentation, photographs taken of that stairwell area near the commissary before it was repaired?
Yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us what the stairwell condition was after this horrific flooding with the waves and currents that we saw? What happened to that stairwell afterward?
Yes, I believe Craig Althouse and some of the guys rescued some of the Polish girls down from the second story of Polar Palace, which is the second floor of the commissary that they used a ladder to get them out. And so I guess it was obvious to some people right away that that stairwell was unsafe for anybody to use.
Why would you repair or replace a stairwell?
There were still items inside there, and I believe, again, the hundreds of people that were coming, even just to Camp Mystic in the weeks after the flood, skilled and unskilled laborers were looking for things to do. And I believe it was someone from Team Rubicon or Samaritan's Purse that asked Tatum or some of the officials that were in charge of the site if they could repair that. And so
Why is
they
that a good
repaired.
idea to fix a stairwell that people don't want to get on because it's been through what it's been through?
It'd be unsafe. It could fall on somebody or it could crash if someone was going to walk on it to go upstairs.
Let's talk about the office that Mr. Beckworth was visiting with someone about earlier. Okay,
When you
let's
wander
talk.
away, you're soft-spoken, and so she can't hear you.
We'll do it. With regard to the office that Mr. Beckworth was talking about, has that office been demolished or torn down?
No, it hasn't.
What happened with the office and the cabins and the structures with regard to remediation of what Tatum did and the volunteers did? What basic things are done?
Just like all the cabins that had mud and debris in, and they were worried about bacteria and mold, those were remediated, again, by no direction from any of my family, just from officials that have experience in natural disasters. And we were grateful that that was one thing that we could be taken off our plate. I mean, we had already talked as a family, if God willing, we're able to rebuild Guadalupe River Camp, we would never use those cabins as residences, even though we knew they are not in the 100-year floodplain. We just owed it to parents, now that we know what that river can do, to never use them as residences. So we knew a lot of them that could be torn down someday, but we figured if people were coming to volunteer their labor under the direction of these officials for remediation, it's for the health and safety of the area, we would allow them and decide what to do with the buildings someday.
Well, and with the office, remediation, removal of insulation,
Correct.
removal of drywall,
Yes.
and then after the removal of that drywall, removal of electrical outlets or removal of certain things that could cause an injury or could be a problem when electricity is reestablished. Would that be a good idea to remediate that too?
That sounds reasonable to me.
And then with regard to the office, drywall was put back in similar condition?
Yes.
Insulation placed back that was remediated by
Yes.
Tatum and the contractors? And wiring put back in there?
That's correct.
Okay. With regard to the bridge, after the rush of that water and the heavy flow that's been described as 15, 17, excess of 20 miles per hour, and the billions of gallons of water that flowed through that area, tell us what the condition of that concrete bridge was after this incident.
It was very unsafe. There was a large crack all across the bridge that made it barely passable on one side.
And how many months was it later that a repair was done to that bridgeway?
I don't recall exactly. I think maybe sometime in October or November.
Would it be a good idea to fix a cracked bridge for safety reasons with people coming across or needing to get in and out for ingress and egress? Would that be a safe idea?
Yes.
Was it documented after the flood with regard to pictures, with regard to documentation of photos about the bridge?
Yes, there's photos taken before showing all the damage and the cracks and how unsafe it was. And there's also pictures taken of the process and afterwards.
Do you agree with regard to the bridge that was repaired? Was there anything substantially done different to the bridge, to your knowledge?
No, it was put back in basically the same way, maybe a little bit more structurally sound, but the culverts weren't changed or anything like that.
You heard this commentary about flooding at Camp Mystic and that it flooded before at Camp Mystic. Had it ever flooded, to your knowledge, in the cabins that have existed there?
Nowhere near those cabins.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but let's keep moving forward here with this claim. Was there a time, Mr. Eastland, that at some point you had communication with a person by the name of Blair Townsend?
Yes, I reached out to her.
Okay. Let's pull up D47. D47. I'll represent to you. You see the names Bradley Beckworth, Christina Yarnell, and Blair Townsend. You see that name?
Yes.
Okay. When you were here on March the 4th, during the court's hearing, was Ms. Townsend in the courtroom?
Yes, she was.
And was Ms. Townsend sitting at counsel table as a representative, as attorneys for the plaintiffs, based on that information?
Yes, she was.
Let's move to September. I want to go back now to September 10, sometime in that time frame. Let's pull up 43. Do you recall getting or exchanging text messages with Ms. Townsend on or about, let me begin, Tuesday, September the 9th?
Yes, I do.
Who's texting at the top in blue?
That is me texting Miss Townsend.
What'd you tell Ms. Townsend?
Do you want me to read it or just say it in my own words?
Yeah.
Blair, this is Brit Eastland. Chapin gave me your number and said that you were inquiring about Will and Cece possibly coming out to camp on Thursday. That they are welcome anytime. Just give me a heads up on the approximate time so that I can let the security officer know to let them in, no problem. If they want to meet with any of us, we can try to make arrangements for that as well. Or if they want their privacy and to be left alone and just walk around camp, we will respect that as well.
The response is, hi, Britt. Thank you so much for reaching out. I'm confirming some details and we'll get back to you ASAP. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct.
Let's go to the next one. September 10th. Blair Townsend. Hi, Britt. Do you have any availability this afternoon to discuss logistics? Thanks. Hi, Britt. Hoping to connect on September the 10th at 3:38 p.m. Thanks. What'd you tell her?
Hi, Blair. I'm in a meeting. I should be able to call you sometime after 5, if that is okay.
She says, yes, Britt. Yes, that would be great. Thank you. If we could talk before 5:20, that would be lovely. Wednesday, September 10th. What's your response?
Sorry, the meeting got out late. Are you okay to talk now? Whatever you guys need. Hope you can make it to camp tomorrow.
Let's go to the next one. 8:42 p.m. Hi, Brett. Thanks. I'm sorry we couldn't connect. We planned to try.
You also have to read slowly.
Hi, Brett. Thanks. I'm sorry we couldn't connect. We plan on trying to make the morning briefing, so we should be in the area early. I would still like to connect in the morning if possible. I think there is a mix of Will needing alone time at camp, but also possibly of talking to Edward, but I'm still figuring that out at this end. Part of the reason I think conversation would be helpful. What was your response to that?
Blair, Edward will be at camp as early as 8:30. He is helping my mom with something at 9:30, but that should only take about an hour. So he should be available after 10:30 to meet with you and Will. I will send you his contact so you can connect with him. Thanks so much." And then I sent Edward's mobile number to her.
Next one. Hi, Brit and Edward. This appears to be now a text message from Miss Townsend to both you and Edward, correct?
That's correct. It appears to be the next day after she came to camp.
Okay. So September 11th, and we'll come back to September.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it's maybe before she's come yet.
Okay. So we'll come forward chronologically. Hi, Brit and Edward. It's Blair. Just wanted to coordinate in a text with both of you and let you know of tentative game plan if it works for y'all. Will and I are finishing breakfast in Kerrville right now and would like to head your way. We would get there around 11:30-ish and would like to walk the property alone and undisturbed. To the extent there is capacity after our walk, I would text Edward and meet at the offices or wherever you suggest. Does that work? What was your response?
That works fine, Blair. Whatever you need, glad you and Will are able to come out.
Great, thank you. And then Edward says, works for me. I'll be available. Thank you, Blair. Next one. September 11th, 5:31 p.m. Blair Townsend. Hi, Britt and Edward. My phone ran out of battery, but wanted to let y'all know that we had left. Thank you for the access and time, and please thank Craig for giving me a tour and Betsy for getting me Seal's schedule and table assignment. Who's Craig? Who's Craig?
Craig is Craig Aldhouse. He's been with us at Mystic he and his wife Betsy since about the year 2000. So about a little over 25 years working at Mystic, and he's in charge of the operations and facilities and managing personnel.
Then after that, what did you say?
Thank you, Blair. We will for sure pass on the message. Safe travels home. Please reach out again for anything you need. You're always welcome. God bless.
All right. Now, this is back in September 11, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Townsend came out to the facility based on the information on the text messages for 11:30-ish to 5-ish or after 5-ish.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Beckworth was here saying, I wrote it down several times where he mentioned when I was there in December of 2025, when I went out there in December of 2025, isn't it true that Mr. Beckworth's legal team, as signed off by the pleadings, have been there at least, as we know from September 11, have been there since September?
That's correct.
Do you know, are you aware of whether Ms. Townsend brought any expert, a hydrologist, a surveyor, a photographer, a drone, someone to document any area from an expert standpoint?
I don't believe she did.
Same question with Mr. Beckworth as we fast forward into December. Are you aware that Mr. Beckworth brought any expert with him as alleged in his pleadings that inspections need to be completed? So I'll ask about experts. Do you know if he brought any experts with him in December? I'll represent to you, he came out there twice.
I don't believe he brought any experts.
Before this filing was made at the court in February 6th, I believe. Are you aware of whether Mr. Beckworth and his any of his experts or any of his legal team came out to Camp Mystic before filing this temporary restraining order and application?
You mean after he came out in December?
Yes.
I don't believe he's been out since December.
Going forward to March of this, March the 4th, when we had our first hearing. Were you aware that Mr. Beckworth or anybody from his legal team went back out there with any experts before having these hearings to do any work such as photographing, documenting, getting additional information as needed?
I believe it's been 68 days since he filed that motion, and I don't think he's come out.
Did you ever, as I believe in some of his filings, denying the opportunity to inspect the property? Mr. Eastland, did you ever deny Blair Townsend or Mr. Beckworth or any representative on behalf of the steward or any expert from their family the opportunity to come out there and do whatever work they believed that they needed to do?
No, we did not.
You're familiar with Mr. Beckworth was saying, moving his hands, saying unclean hands by the steward family. You remember when he was making that comment?
Yes.
You're not suggesting to the court that the stewards had unclean hands and failing to get out to the site with any experts when they've been given the opportunity since we know at least September, October, November, December, January, February, March, and even through March?
Not at all.
Okay. Want to clear up a couple of items. There was a question of your brother Edward about the camp and the reopening of Cypress Lake camp. I need to ask your attention about that for just a moment, okay?
Okay.
Tell us, with regard to the Cypress Lake camp, are you and Katie the directors of that camp?
That's correct.
And you've been the directors since how long?
Since we opened in 2020.
And after opening in 2020, have you, your wife, the camp, Mystic Cypress Lake, experienced anything anywhere near what this event was on July the 4th, 2024?
No, we have not.
I understand that Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, no flooding in any of the cabins?
That's correct.
All right. Let's move forward, fast forward then to Cypress Lake and what is being done for camp. Is it any intention that Camp Mystic Guadalupe campus is opening this year?
No, we are not opening in 2026.
And with regard to 2026, what is requested to be open for campers, for Camp Mystic?
It's not been an easy decision for our family at all, but we've been praying about it, and we've heard from hundreds of Mystic families and Mystic alumni that it'd be healing. And so we've decided that this was a campus that did not have any flood damage, that we would try to make a very positive and healthy experience and safe experience for what looks to be as many as 825 enrolled families.
Okay. Since this catastrophic flooding in July 4, 2025, tell me what you've done on behalf of Camp Mystic and Camp Mystic Cypress Lake regarding sirens, regarding safety, regarding getting with engineers and getting with politicians and government agents and agencies to have a warning system that is going to be around for a while and would have given us a warning with this catastrophic flooding. What have you done?
Yes, we've not only tried to comply with the new legislation, but try to go above and beyond to give confidence to our parents that are entrusting their daughters with us. And from, now that we know what a flood of this magnitude can do, everybody in this area has come together in the Hill Country community, and we have almost installed as many as 100 River Century Company flood alarm systems.
What are those?
They are reactive flood alarm systems that take the human element out of it. They work in real time, so a person doesn't have to be awake for them to go off. And they are placed in locations on people's property to give them a very reasonable amount of time to evacuate their families safely if they're homeowners, and also the camps in the area to safely evacuate campers and counselors to mustard stations. And they also will soon alert directors that have these cubes under their beds that will sound an alarm to wake up directors and owners to go assess the situation well before it gets very drastic.
And to your understanding, what is the county and the state doing?
We've been very appreciative of the funding that's now been available by the state and local officials, and but we didn't want to wait. And so we have these in place before those were going to be installed, but there are some that are coming in to kind of work together with the system that's already in place.
Are you continuing to meet with consultants, with agencies, with persons who could assist at a government level, local, county, state? And tell me about that.
Yes, we've done a flood risk assessment on Camp Mystic Cypress Lake, and it proved that all cabins are outside of the 500-year floodplain. We are working with a third-party safety consulting company that is just another layer to make sure our emergency evacuation plan and our training and our drills that we're going to do within 48 hours of the first opening days of camp will be done properly.
With regard to the Cypress Lake camp, ever in the history of Cypress Lake camp, have any of the campers been swimming or doing aquatics or anything of that nature in the Guadalupe River?
No,
It's done for Cypress Lake.
It's done all at Cypress Lake. They do all their activities, especially swimming, at Cypress Lake on Cypress Creek, and we will do that again this summer. We have no plans to go over Guadalupe River. In years past, my father has taken half of fishing class over to Cypress, the far end of Cypress Creek, which is a part of Guadalupe River camp, to fish, but we will not be doing that this summer.
Yeah. I want to go back to some questioning early relating to immediately after the July 4th flooding, when you went down into the Guadalupe area camp and you were describing the conditions and all of the things that had occurred and just the physical condition of the site. Did you have an opportunity to go through the site and go to the various cabins? And if you did, tell us about that.
Yes, before search and rescue came and while we were on our own trying to search inside cabins, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, we went and when I say we, it was several of our male staff inside different cabins, just getting debris and items out to make sure that there was no one inside these cabins. And so that's what we did.
And was there a time where a little girl was located?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
Yes. One of our workers named Jose came to me as I think I was at Bubbling Cabin. He came over from Twins and told me they had found a little girl in Twins 1.
What'd you do?
I went over there with him and found her, and not knowing what to do. Luckily, there was a emergency official nearby, and I notified him, and he said he would take over the scene.
And that emergency official taking over the scene, was he county, state? Do you recall?
I don't recall. He was game warden or some type of law enforcement.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you right now, Mr. Eastland. I may have some follow-up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Beckford? All right.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're a lawyer, aren't you?
That's correct.
Graduated law school.
That's correct.
Are you licensed?
I am.
You're in the state of Texas.
Yes.
Practice law
Yes.
for how long?
Since 2005.
What kind of law did you practice, sir?
Criminal law.
Criminal law. Right?
That's correct.
You understand? The other day I was asking your brother about the duties under the Texas Penal Code and preserving evidence if you're under criminal investigation. You knew that before I ever asked him, didn't you?
That's correct.
You're no stranger to the rules about evidence preservation, are you?
No.
You're also no stranger to how judges work, are you?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You got a team of lawyers over here. Do you look at the briefs they file?
Yes.
You were here in the courtroom on March 4th, 2026, were you not?
That's correct.
And you were sitting there as a lawyer while I had your brother in that chair right there, weren't you?
That's correct.
And if you recall, the Honorable Judge Gamble stopped my questioning and brought me and Mr. Watts to the bench to have what's called a bench conference, correct?
That's correct.
And you, sir, are very familiar with what bench conferences are, aren't you?
That's correct.
And your lawyers came and met with you after that bench conference and told you that Judge Gamble had asked us to take a break to discuss the continuation of that hearing, correct?
I believe they told me that she had.
Sorry, I asked you a question. Let me say it again. Did they meet with you after that bench conference?
Yes.
Okay. Can we show this photograph, Mr. Medina? We'll offer this as plaintiff's 100, Your Honor. This is a photograph that I found online taken by a pool reporter under the order that Judge Gamble had authorized that day. Now, let's look at that photograph. I see the man with his back to us who's right above the ceremonial courtroom icon. That's Mr. Watts, right?
That's correct.
And then the one beside him, that's Mr. Fiveson, right? Your appellate lawyer?
That's correct.
Okay, he's your appellate lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Wright, by him, he's the one in the glasses. He's your appellate lawyer too, isn't he?
That's correct.
And then I see a man looking with a very stern eye over on the right side of that picture. That's you, isn't it, Mr. Eastland?
You mean on the left?
Well, the left of me, but the right of that picture.
Yes, that's me.
Okay, there's Mrs. Costanza and there's Mr. Ray, right?
That's correct.
Your lawyer told you that Judge Gamble had made an offer to the attorneys to stop the presentation of evidence that day, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And she asked if we could reach an agreement by both sides to stop presenting evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes, I even heard her from the bench.
You even heard it?
Yes, before we went and conferred. Yes, she said that I think she said something, that you're not getting anywhere with this witness. Yeah, you have no right to shut down Mystic or something like that.
That's not what she said.
And that's what I recall.
You know that she said, go see if you can reach an agreement to agree to stop presenting testimony. And in fact, you and your attorneys agreed to that, correct?
Will you repeat that?
You know that you and your attorneys agreed to stop the presentation of witnesses based on the comments that Judge Gamble made, correct?
I believe both sides did. We were ready to present evidence as well.
And you agreed not to, correct?
Based on what we heard was going to happen, yes.
Yes or no? You agreed to not present any more witnesses, correct?
Yes, because we were happy with the ruling.
Thank you. Then you filed an appeal, correct?
Not on March 4th.
No. You filed an appeal to the Third Court of Appeals, correct?
Yes, after things were drastically changed the next day.
Not what I asked you. You filed an appeal with the Third Court of Appeals, correct?
I don't remember when that was, but yes, we did.
And in that, did you read it?
I believe I read most of it.
You understand, even if you're a party to a proceeding and not a lawyer, you understand that as lawyers, we have certain ethical duties, right? Right?
I definitely do, and I believe.
You understand you have a duty of candor in all proceedings as a lawyer, true?
Yes.
Not only are you under oath, but you have a duty as a lawyer that's different, don't you?
Absolutely.
Sir, you signed off on a brief that Mr. Watts and Mr. Ray, and Ms. Costanza and Mr. Wright, Mr. Fifeson all signed off on, and you told the Third Court of Appeals that you were denied due process because this judge stopped the presentation of evidence against your wishes.
I believe
Did
what,
you agree to that?
Excuse me, Your Honor, if he asks a question, let the witness answer the question.
All you have to say is objection.
I believe everything that's happened since October is a lack of due process. I do.
That's not the question I asked you. You filed a brief with the Court of Appeals that you approved these lawyers signing that said this court deprived you of an opportunity to present testimony that day when in fact you know that your attorneys and you agreed to stop producing witnesses that day. True or false?
I believe there was more to it than that.
True or false?
I guess I'm saying false because there's more to it.
Did you agree and let your attorney come into this courtroom and agree to not present any more witnesses that day? True or false?
It was true on March 4th that we agreed to not put in any witnesses because we believed that she felt like the TRO hearing was not going, it was getting into the merits of the case.
Thank you. Did you tell your attorneys to tell the Third Court of Appeals what you just put on the record, under oath, as a lawyer?
I let the appellate attorneys review the record and make the appeal.
And you know, as a lawyer and officer of the court, that your attorneys filed a brief in the Third Court of Appeals that left out the material fact that you and your mom and your brother and all the other defendants in this case agreed to stop putting on testimony.
Yes, because it was agreed to that there was no right to stop or to have an injunction, was my understanding.
Okay. So yes, you made a material omission in your brief to the Court of Appeals. That was your answer,
I didn't write the brief, sir.
but you approved it.
Yes, I think Joshua and Tom are very honest attorneys.
But that statement, leaving it out, wasn't honest at all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think the record's very clear what you said, and I'm not going to give you a chance to go back on it. Now, as a lawyer, you understand, especially as a criminal lawyer, your duties to preserve evidence, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said earlier that you searched the cabins that day, true?
That's correct.
And you just testified as you finished that you were made aware there was a dead baby in one of those cabins, right?
That's correct.
You knew there was more than one dead child by that morning, correct?
Yes.
You knew there was 27 dead or missing children that morning, correct?
No.
You knew there were a lot.
Yes.
You knew this was a mass casualty event involving children, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist or a criminal lawyer to understand that on July 4th, this was the largest mass casualty event involving children in the history of Kerr County, correct?
Correct.
And as a criminal lawyer, you know that when there are dead children involved, everything changes, right?
I would believe so.
You know that where those children's bodies may be and what the circumstances may be associated with their passing could become a matter of regulatory and criminal investigations, right?
That's correct.
And so you knew as a lawyer that moment that you had a duty to preserve evidence that transcended everything else that you know as a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You didn't have to wait for my friend, Mr. Ferguson, to send a letter on behalf of that sweet child in Beaumont, Texas. You knew on July 4th what your obligations were, right?
I did, but I was thankful that many officials came to take over.
You knew on July 4th what your obligations were to preserve evidence. True or false?
That's true. And we've been willing to talk to anybody.
That's right. That moment, sir, you knew as a lawyer under the law that it didn't matter who was on that property. You had to take action to preserve evidence that might be material to all the investigations, including the ones of the Texas Rangers that may come, right?
We were ready to talk to all law enforcement. We are flabbergasted that maybe a criminal investigation is starting 9 months later, but we are ready to cooperate.
Not what I asked you. You knew those investigations may happen, right?
No.
You knew you had a duty to preserve evidence in case they did?
We were told that this was a natural disaster early on, that there was not any kind of criminal investigation.
I would ask you, you knew you had a duty to preserve, correct?
Correct, and we did.
Well, that's not true. Let's look at Exhibit 50. Can you show the office, Mr. Medina? While we're looking at that, let me ask you a question. I've heard Christian ministry and Christian camp in this courtroom for 3 or 4 days that we've been in. Y'all said that a lot, right?
Maybe so.
Where's the Bible on honesty?
We're praying that the facts continue to come out.
What does the Bible have to say about being honest? Isn't it one of the 10 commandments that thou shalt not lie?
I believe so.
Okay. We shouldn't lie in court proceedings either, should we?
Nope.
Let's remember that. Now, this was the office on July 4th, right?
I don't know when those pictures were taken.
Does that look like the office before you remodeled it?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's look at another photograph in Exhibit 50. This was the office in December. That doesn't look the same, does it?
That's correct.
It wasn't just a fix it up and remediate for mold. That's been whitewashed, right?
First Assembly Church of God came out from Kerrville and
Objection non-responsive. I didn't ask you who did it. I asked you if it's been whitewashed.
Sustain.
has it been remediated and tried to put back to the same condition? Yes.
Let's look at the picture before. That doesn't look anything like it. That's not the same condition, is it?
It's not, but many photos were taken just like that, I believe, to preserve evidence for you, Mr. Beckworth.
Where are the water lines in the new building?
Photos were taken before that was done, where you can see the water line, sir.
Those are new data cables, new electric wires, correct?
Yes.
Everything's changed and everything's cleansed, right?
I believe that is really the only building where a major amount of work was done, but evidence was preserved for plaintiff's attorneys.
A major amount? Is that what you said?
I would say it was restored to that capacity, but it's not, we cannot move in. It's not ready yet.
Now, you said over and over, and so did Mrs. Mary Liz Eastland, that TDEM came and took over Camp Mystic. Remember that?
That's correct.
And the statements have been that TDEM was directing this remodeling that happened at Camp Mystic.
But with the office, that's not true.
Okay, so they had nothing to do with the office, right?
That's correct.
That was a decision y'all made.
Months later.
Months later.
Plenty of time for attorneys to come out and collect evidence.
So let's stop. Whose decision is that? Yours or Judge Gamble's? What's been plenty of time? Whose decision is that?
I can't say for sure, sir.
We're going to find out because we're going to ask to have this order upheld. You understand that?
I respect whatever direction you want to go, sir.
Now, let's talk about plenty of time for a second. Let's first talk about TDEM. Mary Liz Eastland testified under oath in this courtroom that TDEM was directing remodeling and mitigation efforts in your buildings. Do you remember hearing her say that?
No, I don't believe she said remodeling.
Okay, what did she say?
I think remediation.
Okay, so is it your testimony that TDEM was in control of the volunteer effort?
Correct.
Do you stand by that testimony?
Yes.
Now, if I bring somebody from TDEM in here and says that's not true, in fact, it's categorically false, would TDEM be lying?
I'd be surprised, but Denise Treadwell is a wonderful person. I'd trust whatever she said.
Okay, so if they say what you're saying is wrong, then we'll go with what they say. Let me withdraw that. I want to get your level of confidence in what you're saying. You're under oath and you're an officer of the court. You're a licensed attorney. Is it true that TDEM was telling volunteers what to do and in control of their decision-making?
Yes, and a company by the name of Gotham's, contracted by the governor's office.
So it's Governor Abbott's and TDEM were in control of the decisions that were being made to spoliate evidence. Is that your testimony?
I would not say that. You're putting words in my mouth, sir.
Okay, well, let's use your words. Who was making the decisions about volunteers and a failure to preserve evidence?
Not my family, sir.
No one associated with your family.
We were not directly ordering anything. They might have asked hey, where should we put these trunks? Where should we put these bags so parents can pick them up? Things like that. But no, and the key areas, the key buildings like Twins 1, Twins 2, Bubble Inn have been secured since day one.
You understand when we talk about the concept of spoliating evidence, you can't turn a blind eye to what's being done to material evidence. You understand that concept?
Yes, sir.
You were the legal officer of the camp, right?
I was the lawyer in the family. Yes, sir.
So that responsibility goes to you as a named defendant in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fair enough. Let's look at exhibit 15. There was a notebook that we have in evidence in this case, back out so you can see the whole thing, where volunteers were asked to sign in and there was a list of what they could or couldn't do. Do you remember that?
Yes, we had some wonderful people put that together.
Okay, somebody prepared a Camp Mystic disaster response and recovery release, right?
Yes.
Who prepared that?
It was definitely oversight by Tatum, like I mentioned, but it could have been another volunteer that helped put it together.
Did you review it?
I maybe reviewed it, I may have scanned it. I just had to trust a lot of people.
Well, I'm gonna look at it with you. It says release and waiver, medical treatment, and we go to assumption of the risk. So y'all had volunteers sign a release of liability in case they were injured out there on the evidence field, right?
Yes, it looks like that's the case.
So that was a concern of yours, even back in July when these were signed, was making sure you protected the Eastlands from liability, right?
Yes, that felt like a reasonable thing to do.
It was reasonable to protect yourself from liability, right? Right?
Sure.
Okay, let's go up. 4, insurance. 5, photographic release. 6, property. I agree not to remove any personal property on campus. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Other. I agree this release and waiver is intended to be as broad and inclusive as permitted by local and state laws. It goes on to have an integration clause. I know you know what that means. There was nothing in this document that instructed any volunteer that they might be working in an evidence field, was there, sir?
That's correct. Nothing on this document.
Nothing to tell them to preserve evidence, correct?
Probably it was just told verbally to them.
Probably it was told verbally. By who to whom?
Probably the leadership of Tatum and other leadership that was out there.
You are just making that up, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
You have no knowledge whatsoever of what you just spoke.
No, as I said, from day one, Twins 1 and Twins 2 and Bubble Inn, the key buildings we marked off and no one was allowed to be in there.
You were under oath, stayed under oath. Who said to any volunteer that there was a preservation duty? I want names, locations, and times. Give me one.
Sure. A lot of time has passed, but I think it was done.
By whom to where? To where? When?
Again, some of those government officials, I believe.
Can you name one?
Denise Treadwell.
To who?
To who? To Samaritan's Purse.
At what time?
July 29th.
You're just making that up.
Well,
You're
yeah.
making it up.
Well, you're asking me to speculate. 9 months have gone by.
I am not asking you to speculate. I asked you to give us one truthful statement under oath. Is what, let's be clear. I don't want you in trouble. Is what you just said something you just made up for sake of argument?
I think the best thing to do is maybe to ask Denise Treadwell, who we subpoenaed to be here on March 4th before you stopped the hearing.
Who stopped the hearing?
I think it was agreement by the attorneys.
And you?
I'm not part of the attorney team, sir.
No, you're not aware of any actual statement that happened on July 29th with anybody, correct? You made that up.
No, I'm just saying there was a time frame that probably during the months since the flood, we had hundreds of volunteers coming out to help, that probably some direction was given in that regard.
Objection, unresponsive.
Same.
I need a clear answer. You made that up. And you are not aware of any such statement that happened on July 29th, correct?
I can't say definitively, but I believe that was done.
On that day at that time by those people.
No, in that general time frame, sir.
You made it up. Now, let's talk about time. We heard a lot of comments between you and Mr. Ray about how long it took for us to get an application filed and Blair Townsend coming out.
That's correct.
Is that your position?
Yes.
And it was talking about wringing hands. You see I'm actually holding something in my hand, right?
It looks like you're holding something. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you understand that when Blair Townsend came out there in September, that she was bringing Seal's father, right?
That's correct.
You actually reached out to them.
Yes, I heard they were interested in coming out from a mutual friend.
You understand that in September, just like today, they were still trying to find their baby girl.
That's
right?
correct.
You understand that in the aftermath of July 4th to September 11th, like a lot of people, they were just still trying to figure out what had happened, right?
That's correct.
We talked to your brother for multiple days. He still hasn't figured out what happened, right?
Edward's been through a lot, sir. Yeah, he's seen a lot.
He's been through a lot. What I asked you is he still hasn't figured out what happened, correct?
That's a very general statement. You mean what happened over the totality of the camp property that flooded?
Let me say,
Sure.
Everybody's still trying to figure out what happened. True.
Sure. No one understands why this happened. Yes, sir.
And no one besides Cece and Will is still looking for their child, correct?
That's correct, except I think Jeff Ramsey in Ingram. Yes, sir.
He's not a child. I said no one is still looking for their child, correct?
That's correct.
Now, there was a lot going on in the days and the day of this event, correct?
Yes,
For example, two of Seal's cabin mates got swept downstream, correct?
correct.
And a good Samaritan, we're going to talk about ministry, found them in the middle of the morning or middle of the night downstream and brought them into their home, right?
I believe you're talking about the Griffins. Yes, sir.
You know the Griffins well, correct?
That's correct.
And the Griffins texted you at 4:45 or so in the morning that they had found these two babies. You didn't respond, did you?
We had no cell service. I believe when I went up to call 911 at 7:15 or 7:22, that's when that text came in.
In fact, they brought those children back to Camp Mystic and they were turned away, right?
No, Craig, that's not true. Craig Aldhouse worked with them to get them here safely, but the way his property is situated, it was in the end better that they stay with the Griffins, they're a great family.
They tried to come back to camp and they were turned away. Craig Altus turned them away, didn't he?
No,
And-
that's not what happened.
And in fact, they had to be rescued by somebody else, right?
It was safe for them to stay with the Griffins, but we were trying to get them over to Mystic.
I'm
But
going to show you something that I just got. There's actually a video.
Your Honor, if it hadn't been previously admitted as an evidence, just hearsay.
Well, I don't know what it is yet.
And-
There's no jury, so, we've been doing this for 2 days.
I'd like to show it.
I don't know what it is. I can't rule on a piece of evidence I haven't seen.
I'm going to show it and try to lay a predicate, if I may, and we'll offer it. This is a video. I believe taken by your friend, Mr. Griffin. Play it, please, Mr. Medina, and I'll ask you a question. Do you recognize this property?
I've never been there, but that appears to be on his top bluff above his house. Yes, sir.
The Griffin property,
Yes, sir.
which is directly adjacent to the Sky High Trail on your property, correct?
It's nearby. Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen this video before?
I have not.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer this time.
Any objections?
It'd be Plaintiff's Exhibit 101. Thank you.
Plaintiff's 101 is admitted.
Thank you. You never knew that's how those two girls got evacuated, did you?
I did. I talked to Mr. Griffin. Yes, sir. I just never seen the video.
Now, what actually happened was when your friend, Mr. Griffin, brought them to Mr. Altus, something to the effect of, we're in disarray. Don't bring them here was what was said, correct?
I don't believe that's true.
Your camp was not in any position to even take its own children back in that day, right?
I don't think that's true.
You didn't even know they were gone.
As I said, the text came in at sometime after 7, and I thanked Grant for getting them. And I learned shortly thereafter he was trying to coordinate with Craig Aldhouse how to get him back to Mystic. Yes, sir.
Y'all were in such disarray that neither you nor Edward or the health officer of that camp even knew those 2 children were missing, much less already in a helicopter. You didn't know, did you?
It is possible around that time that Mary Liz, after she did the head counts, knew that they were missing. Yes, sir.
You know who those 2 children were or are?
I did at the time. I can't recall their names right now.
You know that one of them was Seal's best friend?
I didn't know that, but
You know her mom was a former camper?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
My wife's surgeon saved my wife's life. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. A lot we don't know, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when Blair Townsend comes with Will on September 11th and asks to be left alone, did anybody tell you that the reason is that Will wanted to feel the presence of his daughter and try to get a feeling for what the water looked like and what the canyon looked like to see if he could touch base with her and find out where she might have gone?
No one told me that. No.
Yeah. You think they were there as lawyers trying to prove a case? Or you think he was there as a father with his childhood best friend trying to find his baby girl?
Yeah, I believe Will had good intentions. Blair, maybe not so much.
Well, let's talk about that. Because we're here not about Blair, we're here about Will and Cece. Is it your position to this court that they were lacking in diligence in trying to get you to preserve evidence? Because that's really what the question is.
Can you repeat that, sir?
Yes, as a lawyer and a defendant in this case, is it your position that Will and Cece Stewart were lacking in diligence in their efforts to get you to preserve evidence?
Not them. I just believe they're attorneys. Not them at all.
Well, I'm one of the attorneys. You saying that about me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's talk about that for a second. Now, Mr. Watts is your lawyer, true?
That's true.
Okay, he's a member of was an organization of something called the Texas Trial Lawyers Association. Did you know that?
I believe so.
I'm a member of that. Did you know that?
I did not.
Let me show you what happened on July 8th, 2025. I'm going to read something to you and I'll see if you've ever seen this before. Mr. Watts went on something called the TTLA listserv, and I'm going to read it to you. Michael Watts, that's this gentleman right here, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the date says July 8th, 2025, 10:45 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
It said, TTLA brothers and sisters, I write to encourage our members to show great restraint before pursuing litigation arising from the July 4th floods in Central Texas. First, the juice will likely not be worth the squeeze. Most of the families running these camps have been doing so for generations. They are revered in Kerr County, and you will not find a sympathetic jury pool to anyone suing them. Moreover, you have low insurance limits and charitable immunity caps to deal with. Let me just start right there. Did you know he wrote this?
I did not.
He goes on to say the real culprit here is the lack of an early warning siren alert system. Kerr County lacked the funds to pay for it 7 years ago when it came up on the commissioner's court agenda, and the bill in the Texas legislature that would have paid for it was not passed in the most recent legislative session in 2025. See that part?
Yes, sir.
Even if it had been passed, it wouldn't have become law until September 1st, 2025. This makes the presence or absence of a siren system a function of the executive and legislative branches for which there is likely no liability under the discretionary function immunity doctrine. You read all that for the first time today?
That's correct.
Now, you're a lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a lawyer telling other lawyers not to sue your camp, right?
It appears to be, please conduct a thorough investigation first before jumping to conclusions. And yes.
It's a lawyer saying you got low insurance limits and saying that the government might be at fault, right?
I believe that is somewhat of an elephant in the room in all this.
Well, it's certainly an argument that y'all tried to make here already, correct?
Not just us, sir.
Well, let's keep it where we are today. You're trying to say, because you just said it, that I, as a lawyer, I heard my name referenced by Mr. Ray a lot, didn't have clean hands in coming to this court to ask it to make you preserve evidence. Is that your position?
I believe a lot of the families are just wanting to find out the truth, and I'm not sure you're doing that to your grieving clients. Yes.
Wow.
And yes, I believe you have an ethical duty to pursue the truth. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that. Now I'll tell you about truth. My partner over here, Mrs. Yarnell, sent me this email or this listserv email as soon as it happens. And I'll just tell you, I looked at it. I know Mr. Watts. I trusted him. I'm in the same organization as him. And I thought, you know what? As a lawyer at one of the top law firms in the entire world who leads that law firm, I thought maybe we should take pause here and think and investigate and be very careful with what we do. I mean, that's what your lawyer asked us to do, right?
I see where you're going with this. Yes, sir.
Okay. So do I have unclean hands for buying his email?
I think it's an interesting thing you're saying on this. No, I think you had other reasons why to do the delay, but that's just my opinion.
Well, you know what? We talked a lot about Christian ministry. You've heard about the idea of there being a wolf in sheep's clothing, right?
Sure.
Who did that lawyer represent in this proceeding?
I'm sorry?
Who does that lawyer represent in this proceeding?
He represents my family,
That's right. Now,
and I believe he's an ethical, honest man.
didn't say he wasn't, would never
Yeah.
suggest otherwise. I just asked who he represents. You, correct?
And we're very thankful for that.
I would ask you, he represents you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's go back to Miss Townsend. Do you know who Blair Townsend's father is? Or was?
Yes.
Who was he?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think with the stewards. No, I don't know. I don't know. I know Blair Townsend's brother. I don't know their parents.
Blair Townsend's father was Tommy Townsend. He was one of the head directors or executive director of that same organization for much of his adult life. Did you know that?
I did not.
Mr. Watts disclosed that to you?
No.
Did anyone disclose that Blair lived in Portland, Oregon at the time of this visit?
I found that early on that she lived in Oregon. Yes, sir.
They disclosed that she was assisting her two childhood best friends to try to find their daughter?
No, I didn't. I learned right before September 9th.
When you're going to make accusations about me as a lawyer, do you have any idea when I was first contacted by this family?
No, sir.
Shouldn't you find that out before you make those accusations?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay, well, you're a lawyer and you know saying false things about people under oath isn't really a good idea, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You might want to get the facts right before you accuse people in lawsuits. True?
True.
Okay, so that goes both ways. So as lawyers, I got contacted, say, in November 2025, and I wanted to figure out what was happening. I might contact none other than Michael Watts. Has he ever showed you my text messages to him and about our phone calls about this case?
We've seen some from the March 4th hearing, but no, I haven't seen many.
He can tell you that I called him and said I need to go out there and look at the site. Did he tell you I did that?
That you went out?
Yes.
That you came out?
That's correct.
I just know you've come out in December, sir. That's it.
Came out twice. Me and Christina Yarnell came out twice, right?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
We were investigating this vast evidence field. Do you understand that?
It was a natural disaster. You're calling it evidence.
Non-responsive.
Okay.
You understand we were investigating a scene, correct?
In December, yes, sir. I'm not sure where you went, but I believe you went to the commissary and the office. Yes, sir.
When I got there with Christina Yarnell in December for the first time, had these material alterations already occurred?
The remediations, yes, sir.
And the remodeling of the office?
By the church in Kerrville, the restoration of it?
Yes.
I guess so. Yes, sir.
Had the rec hall already been cleaned?
I don't know to what level, but I believe some volunteers had gone in there.
And when I came back in December, you've seen the photographs. Those photographs of the guys with miter saws outside your building and the concrete being poured on the land bridge that was heavily damaged in the flood. I took those, right?
You did take some pictures, but we have some that we'd be happy to share with you as well. Yes,
So in
sir.
the 30 days from when I first contacted Mr. Watts and I went out twice to look at it to decide what we should do in filing a petition in this case, y'all were still materially altering the evidence field, right?
No, I don't believe that's the
You were
case.
materially altering the evidence field despite Mr. Ferguson's letter, right?
That's not true, sir.
You were materially altering the evidence field despite the fact that you're a criminal lawyer and you know the Texas Penal Code doesn't allow you to do any of that, right?
That's not true, sir.
Has anyone advised you that it is a crime to materially alter evidence is the subject of a criminal investigation.
They haven't had to. I understand that. That's the law, sir.
You've known that since the minute you woke up at 1:45 a.m. to your dad's distress call on that walkie-talkie, right?
That's not true. A lot of things happened after the flood that made it very hazy. But yes, I do understand that area of the penal code. Yes, sir.
Let me conclude with this because I know we're time 5 o'clock. You testified earlier that in the moments after this happened, I think the words you used were y'all were all a mess, correct?
I may have used those words. Yes, sir.
You've been through a lot of trauma, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Ray told me after March 4th that your brother has PTSD. Is that true?
If he said that to you, I don't know what he said to you, sir, but he's been through a lot.
You all have, right? Right?
I haven't been to the same level of trauma that Glenn and Edward and my dad went through, going to the danger.
Mary Liz has been through trauma?
Yes.
Your mom lost her husband, you lost a father, right?
Again, not to the same level that Edward and Glenn, what they did during the storm. But yes, we've been through a lot.
And 27 children died under your care. True?
True.
That's a heavy weight to bear, is it not?
It is.
You're all still dealing with that, right?
Yes.
You talked about the healing process. You're bringing 850 children back to that camp. You say to help them heal, correct?
That is one reason. Yes, sir.
Are they healed?
Are the kids healed?
Yes.
You have to ask their parents that, sir.
Well, you're going to bring them to this camp that is a graveyard for the souls of 27 babies and your father, who many of them knew. Are you prepared for what's going to happen the first time it rains?
I think you're misrepresenting. There's two different campuses, sir.
You're bringing girls from the Guadalupe River camp back as well, correct? Yes
At
or no?
at the request of their parents, yes, sir.
At your solicitation,
That is not true. We have not solicited anybody.
you sent letters to them over and over again, correct?
Not soliciting, just
Your
let them know
mother- sorry.
that we, just letting them know that we, in September, we're considering having camp at Camp Mystic Cypress Lake. That's
Your
correct.
mother sent copied handwritten letters personally to the 8-year-old child that was on that helicopter, addressed to her without telling her parents, and sent it to her house after this flood, and talked about her friends being in heaven with your dad. Did you know that?
I believe I knew she was reaching out in good faith to a lot of campers.
Did
to
any
provide-
mental health counselor tell her to do that?
To provide love and healing to a lot of campers she cares about.
Did a mental health counselor tell her that was okay?
No, but we're going to have one on staff this summer, sir.
And what are you going to do when those children from the Guadalupe River side are there the first time it thunders and lightnings? What are you going to do?
We're going to be prepared.
What are you going to do if one of them swimming in the water and sees something that makes them panic? What are you going to do?
We're going to be prepared. We've been talking with a lot of professionals.
And what are you going to do if your brother is sitting there with the health officer of the camp who just admitted under oath that she abandoned Seal Stewart? What are you going to do when there's an emergency involving an 8-year-old girl if they can't rise to the moment?
I don't believe she said that, sir.
Well, the record will speak for itself, won't it?
It will.
I asked you a question. What are you going to do if an emergency rises and someone named Eastland is called into action, just like they should have been or were on July 4th, and they can't rise to the moment?
We're going to be ready. We've gone above and beyond the regulations. We're going to be ready, sir.
We got to take your word for it, right?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right, it's 5 o'clock, so we will stop for the day. Mr. Eastland, do you know now if you will do a redirect? You want to decide tomorrow?
Yeah, let's.
Okay, then we'll get here in the morning. If your attorney wants to do a redirect, we'll be back on the stand. If he doesn't, you won't, so we'll find out in the morning. We will see everybody at,
Do we do better?
oh, sorry, someone, did you say judge, or did I
Yes, ma'am.
mishear that? You did?
I'm sorry,
I don't wanna, people can leave. I don't wanna, embarrass anyone, but we're not having any more off the record conversations.
I don't want any off the record conversations.
Then I just went off the record.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
are you
We'll do it
asking me
tomorrow.
to go back on the record?
I am. Thank you.
Can we go back on the record? People can sit down or leave. I don't care.
Thank you for that.
All right, so what is it?
My question is, if there was 3.5 hours left, basically, where we are?
The math I did, I came up with 8 hours per side.
Oh, wait, okay, so 8 hours per
Yeah, it
side.
was 5 and then 11 is 16 divided by 2. That's what I came up with.
Okay, thank you. I thought you said 15. That's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
You bet. That's it.
That was it.
We're off the record. See everyone tomorrow.
All right.